Okay, excellent. So we should be well underway in terms of recording. So this is definitely going to we're going to be here for the long haul again. We're going to get through everyone's questions, and that is critical for us because the last time we did this, we got through every single question, and it did take some time. There are much more people on the webinar today, on the call today, but it doesn't really matter. We've got the time. If you have the time as well, we're going to try and get through everyone's questions. And it's important that you kind of sit through and listen because you might hear a question being asked that you probably didn't think of, but definitely it's going to be, important information for you to have going forward. The webinar is based on Speedy Publishing overall as a company and as an ecosystem. So we have, of course, Speedy Book Publisher software. We have speedybookpublishing.com, which is the training, and we have speedypublishing.co or .co. Most of us actually call it, like Nadine calls it, SpeedyCo, and Glennis might call it SpeedyCo 2 or Speedy.co. Or the overall ecosystem that we have is geared towards teaching you how to publish, and more importantly, getting you sales, getting you discovered, getting your titles discovered, and putting you in the right type of business to profit from publishing. Now, there's one thing I do want to make clear. Not everyone who is on this webinar, in this call, wants to make $1 million, publishing. Not everyone is going to want to be a major publishing company. Not everyone is going to want to be a major publishing firm or a major player in the market. But it's important that we provide you with those tools because what we're trying to do is literally disrupt publishing overall. What we're doing, no one else has attempted to do. No one else is doing. And for the most part, because most of the large publishing firms seem hell-bent on keeping the entire publishing world on the lock and key so that they're the only ones that can profit. And what has happened in the past is that the author, who is the person who actually creates the content, who actually creates the asset, is being held back by the publishing companies because what they want to do is they'll tell you, okay, well, we don't think we should publish your book today or publish your book this year. Let's hold it for a while, or let's take your content and let's publish it under another author's name because we believe that there'll be more sales. And while they do all of this, and this is very, very important, while they do all of this, the author, who is the one who actually creates the asset, it's what is being sold to the consumer, that author only gets a small percentage of the real revenue that's generated by the sale of that book. And to me, that was outrageous. When I started publishing in 2008 with my first book, Jamaican Cooking Made Easy, I never understood it. I thought it was a privilege to just have a book out there and to be getting 20% of the royalties, which was absolutely crazy. I am still on the fence about Amazon even taking 70% as a retailer. But the key here is that if you don't play the game with them to some extent, the way how the industry has already been formed, then you won't succeed. And what our entire ecosystem is geared to do is to ensure that you can publish, whether you want to publish 100 books or you want to publish one, that you can see that level of success that is going to put money in your pocket, because that's basically what you're doing. Even if you're just writing for the love of it or for the heck of it, you want to see a return. And our entire ecosystem is based on doing that and giving the majority of the profits back to the author and back to the person who is really the one who creates that particular asset. So before we get into the entire Q&A system, what we'll be doing is just taking a quick look on why speedypublishing.co and why SpeedyCo, as everyone likes to call it. Why should you have your books there? And once we go over that briefly, we're going to go into the questions and answers. Now some guys have emailed us some questions, so we're going to take those first, and then we're going to go to everyone in the chat area to answer those particular questions. So First of all, why Speedy Publishing Co? Why should you be putting your books in speedypublishing.co? Well, the first thing is that there are a couple of things about publishing. Three primary pillars, and I've spoken about these over the last couple of months. And the first pillar is, of course, the content. And what we've done with speedypublishing.com is to try and get everyone in that frame of mind of how to create content, the right type of content, and more importantly, how to structure and strategize how you intend to distribute that content. Because you can create content, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, you have to, of course, have a target market. You have to know who you're creating this content for, who wants to read that particular book, and, of course, put it in a particular way that the individual or the consumer can consume that content. And Speedy Publishing is geared towards training, giving you different tools that can help you, such as Speedy Book Publisher, which incidentally, we're still making those final changes to that particular software, so the new version will be out in a couple of days. So you've got those tools, you've got niche reports as well. These are very, very important things. You've got places where you can go and get writers. Because if you're creating books, you're not typically expected to be able to know about every particular subject. So so I might not know about quilting. So Cedric is a Speedy Publishing member, and he has a book about quilting. I'm not sure if Cedric really knows about quilting. We created this book for him, but we had to find people who, of course, were knowledgeable about quilting, to create that type of content. So we talk about where you can go and get that content and why you should create a quilting book, because there is a demand in the market for quilting. So you can create that book based on a niche report, strategize how you're going to put that book together, and the methods that you're going to use to distribute that particular book as well. And you put that all together using the software, which is, of course, Speedy Book Publisher. And if you've been doing it on your own, you can then take that content and then push it into CreateSpace. You can push it into Kindle. You can push it into Kobo. You can push it into Lulu and Smashwords and all the other particular locations that are out there. And you have to have a strategy behind that. You have to typically pick, how exactly is someone going to consume your content? Are they going to take that content in Spanish, German, French? Can you translate that content in Spanish, German, or French? How costly is it going to be? What's your overall ROI going to be in terms of the content that you're creating and your anticipated sales? You have to look on all of that, and that's what Speedy Publishing basically has done. It and still will continue to do, because this is something that's going to be for life. As long as I'm alive and I'm still publishing, which, knock on wood, I hope will not change for a very long time. But we'll be putting out our weekly lessons, and we'll be teaching everyone new things and different ways in which you can go about creating the right type of content to get that content sold. So that's what the Speedy Publishing overall ecosystem starts off with, which is the training and the tools and the strategies. And then through speedypublishing.co, we've moved now into distribution. So what we've done is that we found a distribution partner. And I'd like to think that the company that we've partnered with is the largest provider of content to Amazon.com as a company. Not just digital content, but paperback and physical book content as well. So partnering with Ingram was the natural choice for us. And what we've done is that while there, of course, has been a substantial investment to get it to this point, the case here is that everyone who is a part of the Speedy Publishing ecosystem can now benefit from that strong level of distribution. So once we've been able to choose that company, which is Ingram, and Ingram is, of course, aligned with all the retailers that are out there. But, of course, there are other companies that also do exactly what Ingram does in terms of aligning themselves with specific retailers. And we had to make sure that Ingram was just not the only choice for us, because one of the things that we don't want to do is to expose ourselves to a limit. We want to be able to take our content or the content that you create and ensure that while not every single retailer will take your book, every single retailer that would want content in the genre or the niche that you've created that content in will take your book, or will have access to that book. And that brings us to storage and a repository. The ability for that distribution partner to be able to house our content and simultaneously push that content out to the retailers was very, very important to us. And hence, again, we're working with those two distribution partners, and I'm going to mention another one which is known as PubEasy. I'm going to talk about that in a little while. But those two different distribution partners are critical to success, because you don't want it to be a case where Books A Million wants to get your book and they can't have access to it. They've got to have access to your particular book. So if we take, for instance, if we look on an instance like your particular book, which is, we'll call it Title Book A. So Title Book A is available in the market, and it's available on Amazon, it's available, on bookish.com, it's available on Barnes & Noble, but Books A Million does not have your title, right? And based on our discovery strategy, your title now begins to gain notoriety in its particular niche, in its particular genre, in that particular market. Now, Books A Million wants to say, okay, well, where exactly do we go and get this particular book? Because the book is so hot, we want to sell it on our retail, on our bookstore, in our bookstore. They won't have access to that if you don't have your content in a particular repository, in a particular form that they can actually distribute that particular content. And hence, storing that content with a particular distribution partner allows us to do that. So if we think about, large upcoming firms and other disruptors and other firms that are coming into the market that are also retailers, we want to be able to work with those retailers. Having our content stored in a form that's Microsoft Word, EPUB, Mobi, PDF, whatever particular form that particular retailer can sell it in, then it's going to work towards our advantage. It's going to work in our advantage because they just need to go over to Ingram and say, hey, Ingram, guess what? Let me search for this particular title. And then when they go ahead and search for it, it's available. They'll go ahead and download a copy, and they'll keep it on their repository. And then, of course, the metadata will be transferred with that, and they can have that book up in a matter of minutes in their online store. And that is very, very key and important. So they can have that content available to them because we want to have our information in a storage repository. And more importantly, once we partner with that distribution company, we want to know that that distribution company engages retailers. Because it's not just good enough to have it there sitting on a computer and, that retailer can come and find it. We want to make sure that that distribution company was able to push that particular title to that retailer. So they will say to that particular retailer, for instance, Books A Million, they'll send over a list of new books in this particular genre. And once they do that, that particular retailer will say, okay, well, we've got 100 new books from Ingram. We're going to go ahead and just post those into the right particular genres on our online system, because we're actually paying only 45 cents, only 45% of the actual retail price. So we're getting it at a major discount. And this encourages them to do a number of things. It encourages them to advertise that book even on your behalf. So because of the cost that we're giving that book to them through that distribution partner, they'll be encouraged to actually promote your overall book. And that is even better at the end of the day for discovery. So while we've looked on both creating the content and the importance of distribution, we want to look on discovery. So we want to make sure that everyone understands why Speedy Publishing and why, to us, handling discovery is critical. Now, distribution, for one, is, in my mind, the most fundamental aspect of discovery. Every single retailer engages its own customer base. So Amazon will market its own books. If all of us are Amazon users, we would have seen emails that are coming in from Amazon.com. recommending books to us, right? So let's assume that we're in the Facebook group and someone posts a particular book or posts a particular title, and we go ahead and download that title and we scan through it and decide to, of course, leave a review for that particular member, right? So what happens is that Amazon, through what is known as collaborative filtering, will have a look on the books that you've downloaded, and what they will do is that they will create a unique email and send that unique email to you recommending other books that are in this particular genre as well. So even if you viewed, you don't even have to buy that title. You can just view it a couple of times, and Amazon will send a marketing email out there to you. Now, this is something that's not indigenous to Amazon.com. This strategy is something that 90% of companies like Barnes & Noble, retailers, Books A Million, Bookish, all of these retailers engage in something similar. So one of the important things here is that because these retailers engage their customers, they're going to be customers who are Bookish customers who are not part of the Amazon ecosystem. And they're going to be customers who are Barnes & Noble who are not part of the Amazon ecosystem or part of the Barnes & Noble or part of Kobo. They are strictly just Kobo buyers. And while even the fact is that they might be cross-retailer, the reality here is that by distributing your content at all of these retail companies, every single one of them will engage their own customer base. And as a result of that, your book can be discovered through their efforts of trying to engage their customer base. That means at the end of the day, you are pushing your discovery. That makes it all worth it, just carrying out your overall proper distribution methods and ensuring that your book is in a distribution channel that gets to as many retailers as possible. So while we look on that as the first step, which by just the virtue of fact that we're handling this through Speedy Publishing Co., that distribution is going to help with your discovery, we of course engage in other things that will help to do that and help to push your book. So the standard that, and I'm going to put this out there, that 90% of the publishing companies are engaged in, things like press releases, things like using social media such as Goodreads and Safari, doing things such as book giveaways and typical methods by just getting your book on those particular platforms, that others can discover your book by doing a genre search or a niche search. So they'll search in Goodreads for particular titles or books that are in a particular niche. So we want to go ahead and look on that as the typical things that companies will do in order to push discovery. But there's something that we wanted to make clear to everyone in Speedy Publishing in terms of the ecosystem. Companies like Amazon.com and companies like Kobo and those other retail companies engage in the use of technology in order to push their sales. Now, the main thing here is that, as Amazon has long said and has constantly said, they are first a technology company. That's what they do. Hence the creation of the Kindle e-reader, and hence the creation of the Kindle publishing platform. These are all technological advancements that they've been able to use to their advantage and continue to use to their advantage. We have to understand that. So as a company, our main goal and aim is to continue to use technology in order to push discovery. So what we've done is that a couple of months ago, there was, of course, an exchange on our Facebook page. And it was based on how do we get reviews, can we put something together that will help in terms of getting reviews. And I spoke then at the time that we were working on something that would help in terms of you getting your particular reviews. But we thought that it should not be limited to only Amazon.com, which is mainly where everyone wants to get that particular review, because we know that reviews are a part of the trifecta in terms of influences in terms of purchase. So we know that reviews are important, but more importantly, it's not just one particular retailer. There are hundreds and hundreds of other retail companies that all engage in price promotions. And one of the things that many people do as being a part of KDP Select is that they put their book out there for free. And when they do that, they're told, go to all of these websites that people are searching for, all free books, and then, you'll get 1 million downloads. Well, the reality is you can get 1,000 or a billion downloads. 1 billion downloads will not help you sell one book unless it is done correctly. And we look on 12 by 12 steps, and we do talk about this in speedypublishing.com as well, in using your search string in order to promote your book on Amazon.com. By creating that search string using a particular keyword, then you can help to push your book up in the rankings. But if you just decide to put your book out there for free and say, okay, well, I'm going to get 10,000 downloads, that is not really going to help you sell one book. It's the reality of the situation. What it does is that it creates a massive email list that you can market to. That is true. And you can use that to sell other books. But on the face of it, it won't help you to sell one book that you have in your book, in your catalog. If your book is given away 1 million times, that's just the reality of it. It will not help you at the end of the day. So the case in point here is that we've been able to take technology and through a website known as I Just Read It, which will be live in a couple of weeks. And the important thing about I Just Read It, which is ijustread.it, is that it's going to engage individuals who want, of course, love that aspect of free books, but more importantly, want to discover titles. And we'll be able to put that discovery right in there along with those free books and have them there as premium books that will be exposed to these guys. And we already know the overall drive and thrill of these free ebook websites. And their entire business model was shattered in March because Amazon said if you have over 20,000 downloads for a particular title or anything at all, free downloads in Kindle, your affiliate ID will not be given any commission on anything whatsoever. So we already are aware that that entire business model is crumbling at the seams. So we're not concerned because we don't really care about Amazon affiliate income. That's not our concern. What our concern is that we want to directly engage these individuals. And we want to put something there that will allow them to leave a particular review and to see other books that are currently still up for sale that they might be interested in buying. And we already know that they might be Amazon customers. They might also be Barnes & Noble customers. They might also be Kobo customers, Books A Million. And every single one of these particular platforms engage in price zero books, free books. So what we do is that we put something together that will work for individuals who want free books, and then we mix that in with our own books, which are going to be, of course, books that are going to be for sale on those particular platforms. So we're, again, using that level of technology to support our overall discovery efforts. And I Just Read It is going to be pretty massive, very, very big, and we want to get that out because SpeedyPublishing.co is, of course, available now to Speedy Publishing members. We are not taking on anyone who is not a SpeedyPublishing.com or 12 by 12 step member. And we have to keep it at that particular level because we want to give everyone that opportunity to get in the door first so that they can start making and seeing some really, really strong sales. So again, for discovery, we look on author pages. We look on the reviews and getting reviews, and that's a whole part of I Just Read It. And reviews are really and truly, again, what they are. It's not that you are not getting reviews if you're getting bad reviews. You are getting reviews. So you're getting reviews, it means that you're being discovered. Bad reviews means that the content is not of a high quality, right? So, and again, that boils down to the ratio because you might have, 85% or 90% good reviews, and then you might have another 10% which are between 2 and 1. Now, Gone with the Wind, a very popular book, has negative reviews. That should basically tell you that people will give a negative review for just about anything. The key here is that you want to ensure that your quality content will determine the type of review that you get. The good thing is that if you are getting reviews, then you're being discovered. So that is a big plus. So the only thing that's left for you to correct is really into the content. And you have that opportunity to correct that content, to improve on that content, even based on what that negative review has said. So of course, we move on from there and we look on enhanced metadata. Now we put things in our metadata that will help the book sell even more. And we ourselves as a company have engaged a lot of the retailers, spoken to them, Mike Tamblyn at Kobo, the guys over at Barnes & Noble. We've spoken to them to find out exactly how much leeway and what do we have that we can add to our metadata that can improve on the sales of our books. So we've done that level of research, and we'll be engaging that in every single book that comes through speedypublishing.co. We've also looked on strategic partnerships. So we look on programs that Amazon runs, like the Amazon White Glove program. So while the Amazon White Glove program is something geared towards locking in a particular author / publisher or literary agent into KDP Select for an entire year, in that particular light, there's something that I prefer with the Amazon White Glove program. The Amazon White Glove program will have Amazon promoting your book. That's basically what it is. So here's what Amazon is saying. We've got the largest customer base. We control literally 50% plus of the market. And we want to put your book in KDP Select for a year. So if you're in the Amazon White Glove program, you're going to be in KDP Select for an entire year. However, that means your book can't be available anywhere else. Now, for me, that obviously would make sense because we're talking about sales. So what is Amazon giving up in return for taking my book in a KDP Select for an entire year and holding on to that exclusivity? Of course, Amazon is going to market that book for you. So they will do certain things that they haven't actually said per se, as in, listed at 1 to 10, but they've said that in the Amazon White Glove program, they themselves will market your particular title. So possibly you might be going into Kindle Singles where they'll be emailing a lot of their customers about this particular title, literally giving away that content for free. So one of the things about the White Glove program is that because we know how the wholesale model for publishing works, if we give our book to Amazon for, say, $2.99, or we give our book to Amazon for, say, $4.99, Amazon is getting, that's the suggested retail price is $4.99, Amazon is going to be able to buy that book for $2.49, thereabouts. So when they buy that book for $2.49, they can place whatever price they want to place on that book. I believe that books that would possibly go into the Amazon White Glove program might end up being given away for free. But that still does not negate the fact that you will be paid for every single download of that particular book. So what Amazon will do is that they will basically give away a book literally for free to thousands and thousands of people as a loss leader for their overall Kindle market, and you're still going to be paid for that. So what it means is that coming through that wholesale model has its advantages, such as the Amazon White Glove program. Now, typically, getting into that program means that your content has to be of the highest quality. So what we've done is that we've partnered with a literary agent who already has books in the Amazon White Glove program. And what we've been doing is that through our Publish Direct system, we've been able to start engaging our authors who are going to be a part of the ecosystem and saying, okay, well, look, do you really have a really great manuscript? And if you do have a really great manuscript, then we want to take that manuscript and hand that over to our literary agent and say, hey, Beth, take a look on this. Tell us what you think. Is this a book that is seemingly good and a strong fit for the Amazon White Glove program? Is it really, really strong and quality content? And this doesn't have to be an epistle, so to speak. It can be a novel or it can be a novella, right? So it doesn't have to be 50,000 words or 100,000 words. It can be a 10,000 word novella, right? And it can be a series of novellas. And if you can sit down and you can create that content or work with someone to have that content created, properly edited, and make that particular investment on your own, we can get that book into the White Glove program. And you can end up spending $300, $400, $500 to work with someone to create that particular piece of content. And then at the end of the day, that one $400 or $500 investment can lead to $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, even $100,000 in terms of return for that particular piece of content. But without that strategic partnership, that would obviously not be an option to any of us. So those strategic partnerships have to be made. And what SpeedyPublishing.co does is that we make those particular strategic partnerships. And hence it becomes very, very important in what it is that we do. So we also look on price promotions. This is something that's very, very important. Many of the retailers out there engage in price promotions. What it means is that there might be a title, and a title might be a very good title. What happens is that someone goes to Kobo and they search for, romance fiction or a romantic fiction novel. They might look and they might find a particular book that they like, but that particular book does not have any reviews. Now, Kobo, of course, being engaged by the publisher / the author or the literary agent, though Kobo might say, okay, well, yeah, we agree that this is a great title. So what we're going to have to do is that we're going to have to engage in price promotions. So what's going to happen here is that Kobo will take that particular book and Kobo will earmark, let's say we give away, 2,000 copies. So Kobo will give away 2,000 copies. That does not mean that you're not going to get paid for every single one of those copies. If Barnes & Noble engages in the very same thing, that does not mean that you're not going to be paid for every single one of those copies. You're going to be paid. What Amazon or Barnes & Noble wants to do is to get that book 1,000 or 2,000 reviews, or 1,000 or 2,000 downloads. That would give them 100 reviews or 50 reviews or 60 reviews, and that will, of course, lead to more sales on their platform. So it's a typical investment for them as a particular retailer. That goes into their marketing budget. That's what they do. Now, coming through as a publisher or having a publisher account with that particular retailer, you're going to be able to engage in that type of thing in terms of price promotions. You also have the option, which you still even do have now, that if you're listed with companies such as CreateSpace, CreateSpace gives you the option of using what is known as a discount code. Now, we already go with CreateSpace because we need to ensure that we have Amazon fulfillment for paperback books. And we spoke about this we've spoken about this at length, but it's important that you fully understand that discount code is very, very, very important. Because once you've created the content, and you've created that content once, and it goes into paperback, you're going to be able to take that discount code and discount your book by, say, 30, 40, 25%, whatever it is that you want to, and you can send that discount code to a lot of book resellers, and they have the opportunity to purchase your particular book. Now, many of them will not do that if your book, of course, has a CreateSpace independent publishing, as a publisher. They're not going to do that. That's the bottom line. They're going to say, okay, well, we're not going to buy from a competitor. It makes no sense. But if you have your company listed as a parent company and then you have an imprint that's listed with that, then what's going to end up happening here is that you're going to end up in a very, very good position because you're still going to see profits. You're not actually incurring any of the operating costs / overheads because you're not incurring that printing cost, and you can use that discount code, and you can push that discount code not just to a book reseller, but you can push it publicly, whether you're putting it in a press release or you're putting it anywhere else. You can push that for everyone to be able to access that book on the CreateSpace platform, and more importantly, you're still going to get a profit from that. So price promotions fall under those digital price promotions that those companies do, and of course, things such as discount codes for paperback books. And we engage in every single one of those strategies because we're all about discovery. And finally, but not limited to these particular 10, there are many more, but these I chose as the top 10 and the most important, is paid advertising. So you look on things such as Goodreads paid advertising. You look on things such as Google AdWords advertising. And you look on stuff like that. These are different strategies that you can engage in. You also look on things that are also a part of the Amazon ecosystem. So while we might think at the end of the day, we might say, okay, well, we're not in KDP Select. How do we really and truly promote our book? Well, the point is that Amazon has advertising. Amazon has an entire advertising module, and we looked on this in Speedy Publishing. And what you can do is that you can market your own book on Amazon, right? You can put out information on your own book on Amazon, driving people not specifically back to that particular page, but there are different ways that once you engage your account manager at Amazon that you can promote that book on the Kindle platform, on the Kindle device itself. You can promote it when people are browsing Amazon itself. So these are different methods that we look on. And of course, paid advertising is something that we have to look on selectively. If we have, if an author puts a book out that is in weight loss, and I'm going to let everyone know that we try and get every single title that is going to be with SpeedyPublishing.co, we believe can sell a minimum of 100 copies per month. That is the reality. If you look on every single discovery strategy that is there, we know that every single discovery strategy can get us selling at least 100 copies per month. So what we have to do is to take advantage of all of them, but in a particular way that we have all of them set out, that we put it in kind of a printing press, so to speak, of discovery. And we lay every single book through each particular step of this. Now, if your book is, of course, only going to be, it depends on the model, of course, or the package that you take, but there are things such as Amazon ranking which won't apply to every single particular book, of course, because there is a cost element to get that Amazon ranking going. And we spoke about that, I think, in the last webinar, how you can effectively do that. So there is, of course, a cost element to that per title. But it depends on the package that you're in. And you don't have to have 100 books in order to take 100 packages. You can have 50. But you want to get the most in terms of marketing, you can take that package, put in your 50 books, and get those 50 books blasted. And once you get those 50 books blasted out there in terms of discovery, you're going to see a good number of sales. And we've been testing this, and this is not something that is a fallacy. I'll give you a prime example here. There is one particular company that has approximately 18 titles. That publishing company is a small company. They have 18 titles, and they spent a lot of money in acquiring that content through, of course, content acquisition. A lot of money doing that. 8 of those titles bring in over $40,000 every month, and they're publishing to everywhere else. 8 of those titles, and none of those titles, and this is important to remember as well, none of those titles are bestseller titles. Not one of those titles have ever appeared on the Nielsen Book Stats, have ever appeared on any one of those book stats. None of them have appeared there. None of them have appeared on any one of those. So we have to remember that you don't actually have to be selling 1 million copies to, of course, become a bestseller, and you don't have to sell 1 million copies to make good money. That company is still making 40,000 plus every single month, and they continue to reinvest that revenue in order to create other titles. That's why they even have 18 titles right now. So paid advertising is something that we engage in, and it's, of course, it's selective based on that particular book. So that being said, that kind of engages everyone with respect to what it is that we're doing in terms of discovery. And the most important thing here is that there is a cost element attached to any type of discovery strategy that you want to make. There is a cost element to all of this. The most important thing is that because we're doing this across the board as bulk for everyone, we're able to bring down that cost element extremely, extremely low. And that is the critical thing about SpeedyPublishing.co. And when you think about it, every other company such as Author House or iUniverse or all of these companies that are out there that you have to pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars to in order to publish your book with them, do not give you one iota, not one. They take no steps in getting your book discovered. And if you want to get your book discovered, you have to pay handsomely with them. What we've done is that we've tried to ensure that our members can create the best content using the best strategies. We have partnered with a very, very strong distribution company that will get your book out there, and we want to stick with what we know that we can do, which is discovery. So we want to become the masters of that. And we partner with, of course, our authors in order to get the best content out there, distribute it well, and to get that content discovered. And at the end of the day, we know that's going to lead to sales. And to cap it all off, other than those companies that are going to give you 20% of the overall revenue that comes from each book sale. So if your book is being sold at, if your suggested retail price is $10, then the company is going to offer that book to the retailers. So iUniverse will offer your book to retailers at half of that cost. And when they offer it for half of that cost, they give you 20% of that half. What we've been able to do is that we've been able to ensure that our members, based on the structure that we use, will be able to get up to 85% of that cost, not 20%. And one of the funny things is that when we delved into this particular type of thing, we're still making a modest profit margin, but at the end of the day, everyone, the individual who creates the content, is the one who is benefiting from the system. So we already know, and I've spoken to other market leaders who are saying, Colin, you are doing it in a very disruptive way, because even those vanity companies that take a massive amount of money, I've seen iUniverse packages that go up to $4,000 for publishing one book. They'll charge all of that, $4,000 to publish one book, and they still do not give you any real discovery and marketing at all across the board. And what we want to do is to make sure that we can push that level of discovery easily for everyone and have that strong distribution partnership with a company that can get your book out there, and at the same time give you that major, that higher level of revenue that you deserve and that the person who creates the content deserves to get. Okay, so I can see the questions rolling in. Okay, so I'm first going to move into a couple of questions that we have that came in by email. So I'm going to address the first question here. I think this is Elizabeth. And basically what she's asking me is that she's saying, one question, do you think there is still benefit in publishing first on KDP Select or just blitz all channels from the get-go? Okay, so here's the thing. The way how Amazon.com works is that when you go into the KDP Select program, you have to think about how exactly it's going to benefit you. How do you benefit from the KDP Select program? You as the author. Now, Amazon benefits because they have more content to give to individuals who are part of the Amazon Prime program. Those individuals are able to download, one book per month. So the larger that library is, what is known as the KOLL, the larger that library is, the better off for Amazon, because it adds more variety to, that overall library. And of course, that will benefit individuals who are part of Amazon Prime. So that's the benefit to Amazon. You as the author, on the other hand, you are allowed to set your book for free. So don't just place your book out there, as I mentioned earlier, and say, okay, well, I want to get 1 million downloads. 1 million downloads will not help you sell. That's the reality of the fact. If you rank high in Amazon for a particular keyword term, then that will actually help you. And the only way for you to achieve this is to use that download, that free book giveaway or that price promotion in order to do that. So you work with individuals to be able to download your book using what is known as our search string, and they download the book using that particular search string, and you can rank for a particular niche or for a particular keyword. Now, in my opinion, is it worth it to do it? It depends. If I am doing a book that is on possibly something like monkey underwear, for argument's sake, which is obviously not very popular, but there might be a market that exists for monkey underwear in Amazon. Now, that being said, if Amazon controls the majority of the market, I might not be able to find that with other distribution channels. And I might want to recover my overall investment primarily before moving on. So it comes down to a business decision. I've spent $300 or $400 to create this particular content, and Amazon seems to have a good market for it. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to put my book out there for free. I'm going to use that search string to get my book ranked for that particular keyword, and I'm going to get in a number of downloads that will, of course, help me to recover my initial investment very, very quickly, right? But at the end of the day, as that demand begins to wane, because it will begin to wane, as many of us have seen, that titles start off with a bang, and then, of course, the trend is downwards. No, the only way to protect yourself is once you are out of that Amazon KDP Select program is to ensure that you put your book out there very, very quickly and put it out there to every other distribution channel. And just to make sure that everyone has a typical idea of what we're talking about in terms of distribution channels, we can look on the overall set of books that you can distribute to, both electronically, whether you're doing it in audiobooks, or you're doing it in paperback, or you're doing it, well, not so much paperback, but you're doing it in ebook format. These are all of the different locations that you can actually send your book to. This is a massive list. So there's Bookie.sh, Bookish in the US, Bookmanager in Canada, Booknet, Biblioshare. This is a massive list. And of course, there are going to be companies such as Flipkart, Indio, that might cater for foreign language markets. But as we have seen, what Amazon has said in the past is that over the last 12 to 15 months, they have been seeing a massive increase in the sale of English content in foreign markets. That's very, very important. So for us, we're not discounting if we go to a company like Uscribe that is in France. We're not saying that Uscribe will, of course, might just take your English content. And the key here is that once you're distributed here, it now becomes a challenge for individuals to discover your book. So if they're a part of Kobo in Canada and they have no idea about your book whatsoever, then engaging in discovery strategies will make them sensitize them to your particular book. And of course, they will go to their retail and find your particular book. That's the important thing, and that will generate a particular sale. So one of the key things here to remember is that KDP Select, while it is, yes, good to get your book ranked in Amazon and to see sales, it is not something that I would recommend to do. If you have content and you want to put it out there everywhere. Begin your discovery strategy everywhere. There is a reason why major publishing companies like Simon & Schuster and Macmillan and all of those companies do not go with Amazon only. It's just the reality of it. They don't. What do? They go with every single retailer they can possibly go with. Amazon created KDP Select not for the author's benefit. As we can see that, the KDP program in terms of how much you're paid for every single download continues to decline. And if we're doing the math, we know that Amazon is basically putting a little bit more money in it than what they're saying, because the number of authors who are publishing on KDP Select or on the Kindle platform are increasing daily. The number of content that is in there is increasing daily. And Amazon still works with what is known as the freshness meter. The more fresh a book is, you'll see a couple of sales coming in for a while, but once that book is on the system and all the new content comes in, Amazon wants to deliver content that is fresh. They will not keep on ranking your book naturally if your book has been there for a while. They'll literally shelve it as part of their quote-unquote backlist. So you will, of course, begin to see sales wane. Your overall discovery strategy is going to be critical and fundamental in terms of increasing the number of sales that you'll have over a particular period of time. So, Elizabeth, for me, I start off on making that decision whether or not I want to, recover income very, very fast, or I want to see profits over the long term. So in my mind, I typically try to go with putting my book out there across the board everywhere, because I'll see sales across the board continuously. So I know that a modest return in terms of, let's say, 20% per month, which in my opinion is something better than anything else out there on the planet. There's no mutual fund, hedge fund, bank that will give you 20% return on your money every single month. None. Well, if there is, I haven't found it. But for the most part, there is none. So deciding on whether or not to go with everyone else is strictly a monetary issue for the short term. But for me, I would clearly just try and go with everyone across the board immediately. That's for me, no, because I've realized that there are other things that I wasn't aware of 6 months ago and 5 months ago that make this even more worthwhile at the end of the day. So the next question goes to, I think this is Leanne. And she says, okay, I have a question I hope you'll address on the webinar tonight. Okay, on Goodreads, I tried to load my books, but in order to do that, they require you to apply to be a librarian. Well, actually, no. Once you apply and you become a member of Goodreads, you can add your books quite easily. It does take about 48 hours before you're allowed to hit that button. So let's go ahead and take a quick look on that. So if we head into Goodreads, we go, goodreads.com, and I think I should be logged in. So this should just, okay. Let's see. Okay, awesome. So if I decide to go ahead and add a particular book here, so I can go ahead here and add a new book, and I can go ahead and start doing, I think it's here, add a general update. That button is somewhere here where I can actually add a particular book quite easily. I think it's my books. Here we go. So I can click on add a book. Now, this does not take very, very long to happen. In about 48 hours, having signed up, you should be able to go ahead and add your own book. And you can go ahead and click on manually add a book if you don't want to search for a particular title if it's not already there. Having spoken to the guys at Goodreads, what they have told me is that a book that's going to be listed with Amazon should be easier because they're going to start spidering the entire Amazon book list. How soon that will happen, I don't actually know. So I wouldn't be banking on that as something to happen. You would want to go ahead and add your title right now. For the most part. So just give it probably like 48 hours after signing up, and then you should be able to go ahead and add your book manually. That typically takes place. So not to worry. It's not that they're locking you out. Adding your book just does take a little while. Okay. So with respect to another question from Ian, he said, can we start at the lowest one and upgrade? Are we allowed nonfiction or fiction? If we're allowed to do fiction, can we include short stories and poems? Okay, so great. So yes, typically if we head here and we look on our pricing plans, so we can go ahead and look on our pricing plans here. This is for, whoops, not sure what's going on there. But if these pricing plans, and then of course we do have pricing plans that are set up for our particular Speedy Publishing members. Now, as you can see here, you can start off as a freedom author, which there is, of course, no cost. However, you're not going to be able to publish your book through paperback. It's only going to be ebooks, and that's obviously for the cost. The way how it works is that Ingram does charge what is known as a repository fee. At the end of the day, we have to basically look on that. So if you're coming in as a free member, we'll take your content. And that is something that's important for us. We'll take your content and we'll publish your content. But at the end of the day, we have to be very, very careful about that aspect of it. So we will only be able to take your content and publish it electronically. Now, again, the distribution is still wide and far. So you're going to be making money. We also have to, again, concentrate or I would probably say our discovery efforts on those particular plans that we can concentrate more on. And serious authors, I wouldn't suggest, as a serious author, to take the free option right now. If you want to get your book out there, you're going to see sales. There is no doubt in that. However, if you want to really ramp it up, then you would probably have to take one of the higher membership options. And again, this is, of course, the option. I'm not sure why. I think because I ended up going to that page earlier, then I think it's still just picking up that page in my cache. So I'll have to clear my cache in order to get to that page for Speedy Publishing members. However, all of these prices for SpeedyPublishing.com members are halved. So it's not $19.95 for publishing 10 books. It's actually $9.95. So, I mean, you can actually go ahead and pick it up for just 10 bucks. You can put up, 10 books. And you're still getting your press releases that are put out for you. You can only do ebooks only, but you're also getting your books added to Goodreads. And, of course, we're doing the discovery again for you across the board. But clearly, again, of course, you have to remember that when you're pricing your book in the members area, in the submission area, that you know that that's your suggested retail price, and we're going to be selling that book at 55% off your suggested retail price. So you have to be very, very careful in terms of how you're actually pricing that particular book. So you can do both fiction, nonfiction. You're allowed to do anything, whatever, in terms of that, just not something that explicit and not duplicate content. Our retailers have made it clear to us, every single one that we have contacted, they do not want duplicate content in their retail stores. They have made it absolutely clear. And when they say duplicate content, stacking is not duplicate content. All right? Stacking is not, it's a totally different title across the board. What they don't want is content that is available freely on the web. Because what will happen is that it diminishes the overall value of a book per se, and more importantly, it can have a negative impact on their business model and on their retail service, because people will say, oh, well, I bought a book on Bookish, and you know what, the content itself was free on the web, and I found it, darn it, I shouldn't have paid anything. And then they'll come back to Bookish and leave a negative review, and then others will see that, and then it might impact Bookish in a negative way. So the companies have said, look, we'll take all the content that you have to offer, but please ensure that the content is not just quote-unquote quality, but not duplicate content. Because you can say one thing a million times, you just don't want to say it the exact same way that someone has said it, and put that out there for sale. So that's very, very important that you have to actually look on. And finally, short stories and poems, stuff like that. You can go ahead and put out those short stories and poems, but Amazon is on the warpath in terms of content that's less than 2,500 words. More importantly, they believe that type of content will not deliver value to that particular reader, and as a result, they don't really want to take content like that. Other retailers are not so stringent, but Amazon is kind of on the warpath. And we have to remember that Amazon is a limited liability company. They're liable to change their mind tomorrow. They might be asking for content that's 1,000 pages. We've seen that people have been writing about shorter content doing better, that less is more. The reality here is if that was the case, then the number one seller would not be trying to stop that. So don't believe everything you read out there where people are saying less is more in terms of less content works out better. That's, in my opinion, I don't typically think that's true. I think that it has to be quality first. It doesn't matter how many words it is. If it's solving a problem for that particular target audience, then it becomes quality content to them. It doesn't matter how long it really has to be. However, Amazon as a retailer has chosen to look on content like that and to classify it as lower quality. And then what it does is that it triggers what is known as a manual review. And based on that manual review, they might look on your book and say, okay, well, we're not really, too keen on this, and they might bounce that particular title. The good thing is that coming through a publishing company, it's less than likely that that will happen. That level of review might not take place because you're really and truly not engaged at all with KDP. KDP is a totally different organization or entity within Amazon that when you're putting your books out there, Amazon itself as their overall purchasing department, so to speak, or their department that taking in content electronically and or otherwise will be able to place that content on a KDP platform. The reality here is, at the end of the day, is that in order to ensure that you keep the quality and the name of that author strong, you want to make sure that you don't deliver duplicate content. But for the most part, I've never actually seen Amazon reject anything from our distribution partner. And that's something that's very, very important to consider. I've never seen them do that. And in fact, I myself have found books that are on Amazon that have come through other publishers that you can find that content freely on the web as well. And that's very, very important to consider. If those books are selling well, that's another thing, but for the most part, you don't want to do that. Keep your content and the quality of your content pretty high so that when we push discovery, that the sales will be there to back it up. Okay, so those are the top 3 questions. So we are ready to get started. So I'm going to start off with first couple of questions. Let me, head over here. Okay, great. Okay, so the first question here is, for a new book, should we first publish it on Amazon KDP Select, wait till it expires, and then can we do that, or should we publish it in Space Gateway? Okay, so it boils down to that particular decision on your part, depending on what it is that you want to achieve. If you want to go ahead and put it out on Amazon, I personally would not do that. I would come through speedypublishing.co. In fact, I encourage you to do that, because at the end of the day, you're looking on more sales. It's more sales over the longer time period. If you want to lock yourself in to Amazon for 90 days, because that's a very, very long time, you lock yourself into Amazon for 90 days, you are able to recover your investment, but you're going to have to wait out that period. You're going to have to wait out that period. If you come with speedypublishing.co, within 90 days, you will more than make your overall investment back. So for our particular purposes, for the books that we've published, we go through a whole range of things that we look on in terms of promoting our particular books. So if you place your books with us, we can pretty much say to you, are you going to guarantee 100 sales or 300 sales over the 90 days? That is something that's definitely, I can tell you my books that I've published through Speedy Publishing LLC that are out there, I see much more revenue across the board, because I'm publishing both paperback, digital, and audio simultaneously and placing that everywhere. Sales, and people might talk about it, sales on places like the Apple iBookstore. People think that Apple iBookstore is just too difficult, it's just too hard. It's not too difficult, it's not too hard. Once you're pushing it through a particular company, you literally don't have to touch anything on the Apple iBookstore. It's pushed over there automatically based on how you submit your particular books, right? And we, of course, make that easy for you using what is known as a converter. Okay. Let's head off to the next question. I'm concerned at putting a 99-cent book in this system, and then when the dust is settled, the author makes absolutely nothing. Okay, so here's the key here. 99-cent books are typically, I would probably call loss leaders for Amazon, basically. Amazon takes not just your, they don't charge that, I think it's the distribution charge for 99-cent books, but why would you want to sell your content for 99 cents? If you sell your content for, $2.99 or $3.99, you give Amazon 50% off. Amazon takes that, you're getting the other 50%. We take 15% of that 50%. So you're still making more than that particular amount. If your content is high in terms of quality, and you have distribution where people are actually typing in the name of that particular title in Amazon, Amazon will take your book and they'll sell it for 99 cents or $1 or less, or they'll just give it away for free. That is the case in point that we're looking on here, but you'll still be paid. So if you're thinking about putting your content with Amazon Kindle, and then you decide and say, okay, well, I don't want to put my book with Amazon through speedypublishing.co. You want to keep your book in Amazon through your own account, and then you want to publish everywhere else, then that's absolutely fine. You want to go ahead and do that, you can. There's nothing wrong with that, because the way our system works is that you actually choose the distribution partner. We don't take your content and say we have to publish it everywhere. You have the ability to choose that distribution partner, right? The only difference here is that if you still want to keep your own content or your book through Amazon as a distribution partner, we won't be able to push discovery to your Amazon title. So we'll only be able to push discovery to the partners that you have selected to publish through us. And that's for an obvious reason. Because if you're published with Kobo, if you're published with if you're published through us with Kobo, with Barnes & Noble, and all those different locations, when we push our discovery, by virtue of the fact, if you're on Amazon, yes, you're going to benefit, because when people see and learn about your title and they are Amazon customers, they'll go to Amazon and they'll search for that title. So yes, you can basically benefit. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, what about the longevity in terms of sales and revenue? If you come through us, Amazon is going to say, okay, well, I'm giving you 70% cost for this particular title, but I can pay 45 cents for it, or 45% for it. Amazon will always opt for the cheaper option for themselves. And when they opt for that cheaper option, they'll do all kind of things to promote your particular book. And that's basically what you want. Because if you have your book with us, let's say that your book is being sold heavily, Amazon decides to take your book as a loss leader and to give that book away free, even though they're paying $2 to you for it. You can then go into that repository, log into your system, update that particular manuscript, and we will push that manuscript over to Amazon. So you'll be able to add a backlist or a front list, just like what you would do on the KDP platform. You can add all of those elements to and from that particular book. And you do that because your books are held in a storage repository with our distribution partner. So in my opinion, I can't see myself selling a book using that method at 99 cents. Most of the books that we do publish now are for training purposes. So if we put a book out there and we put it at 99 cents, that's for training purposes. We don't create content anymore to be published only on Amazon.com. It's counterproductive in my opinion at the end of the day. We sell a lot more over a longer period of time by publishing everywhere else. Okay. So, let's get on to the next question here. Okay, wouldn't activate me. Will the replay be in the members area? Yes, it will. Okay. I missed a few webinars. Are they all on the membership site? Okay, Deborah, yes, they should actually be. What genre are those titles? The 40,000. Okay, so it's a mixture, Elizabeth, of both. It's both fiction and I think 2 non-fiction books are in there, right? And they have to do with weight loss and dieting. And the rest, I think, are all young adult fiction. No, it's not hard to acquire that content. You can find a good, solid writer and work with that writer to create that particular content. And then, of course, you're an English speaker, so you can go ahead and read through and scan through that content and find if it's interesting to you. And if you're creating a book that's 10,000, 11,000 words, you can take that content and then you can package it properly, put a solid cover together, because that's very, very important, right? Put a solid cover together, get your metadata done correctly, and then move forward. Place that book on every single channel and get that book discovered. We're talking about a series of books that this company has. Very, very small company. Very, very small. In fact, there are about 4 employees who are a part of that company. 1 tech person, 1 editor, and 2 managers. 4 people. And they're making 40,000 plus every single month on autopilot. And they started out, I think, with about 8 titles as a matter of course, and then they now have 18 titles because they've taken some of that money and reinvested it into creating more content. But the key here was for them distribution. That's what made them reach where they are. It started from 1 title, and then they were able to update their manuscript and add what was known as their front list. And they put that front list up there in the book, in the front part of the book. And that front list was books that were currently available for purchase, and then books that were due to come out. And they were able to generate interest in that, and they did things like book giveaways and stuff like that on Goodreads. And then, of course, they used CreateSpace and used that discount code to engage other publishing companies. So let me give you an idea here of one of the strategic partners that we're basically using to kind of push our content, which is why it's very, very important to understand. So there's a company known as PubEasy, and PubEasy is actually owned by Booker, right? So the way how PubEasy basically works is that you're able to put your content with PubEasy, and you'll find that book resellers across the board work with PubEasy in terms of locating different types of content. So let me give you a particular example here. Let's look on well, we're looking on a service overview. I'll give you a particular example. Let's look on, I think it's their affiliate list, strategic partners. We're going to tell you exactly that information is here in terms of the number of people, the number of companies that currently purchase through PubEasy. There are typically right now, as a bookseller, we've got features. So typically right now, and I'll look for this in a little while and try and send you the link for it, but there are currently 8,500 different resellers that are registered with PubEasy. And these are from independent bookstores to large chains, Barnes & Noble, you name it, all of them, as booksellers. All of these companies are listed with them. And we can look even on, I guess, and we can look on, I think it's their affiliate list and their particular strategic partners. And their site is typically very buggy. Very weird. Okay, great. So we're talking about these are different publishers that are listed with them, right? And all of those particular imprints. So what happens is that while these are some of the top publishers that are listed with them, SpeedyPublishing.com will be right among them. And while we'll be there as what is known as a smaller publishing company, because we're clearly not as big as these guys, what we're able to do is that we're able to get into where they have the content. Where do these large companies publish their content or place their content? Once we're in here, everyone who is a bookseller, 8,500 people, 8,500 booksellers alone, who are not typically probably with Ingram or just working with PubEasy, they're going to have access to purchasing, downloading your content. And this is very, very important because if they want to sell your book, whether it's in paperback, whether it's in downloadable format, whatever format they want to access it, they'll be able to grab that content, right? So again, it's important, again, that we look on these type of strategic partnerships. What we can actually push your content into these particular places and have it stored there. And places like PubEasy and those other companies can get that content in front of everyone. And we're in good company because these are large, very, very large firms. Extremely, extremely large companies that you're seeing here. And as a small publishing company, PubEasy has made it, accessible to us as a small publishing company. And in fact, this is the name of it here, Small Publishers Exchange. This is what we're actually a part of. Here we go, and over 8,500 registered booksellers from across the world log in to the expanding PubEasy affiliate community of publishers, distributors, and wholesalers. So those companies have access and can access our content. It's not just Ingram alone. It's all of those companies all combined together. So let's go ahead, head into more companies. Okay, what would be a typical monthly return on our books through Speedy Publishing Co. for each particular membership level? Well, we can't really answer that because at the end of the day, we typically look for 100 sales per publication per month. If you're listed on 200 different retailers, then both, and that's just electronically, and you have your overall paperback side of the business, where your book is in paperback or it's in audio format across the board. If your book is listed with all of these particular companies, then you stand a very, very good chance in terms of making well over 100 sales. But for the books that we've published in this particular manner, we have not seen any book that we've pushed discovery for make less than 100 sales. Now, of course, the revenue itself is going to depend on your suggested retail price. And your suggested retail price should be dependent on the level of competition within a particular niche. So if you are doing something that is a medical book, that the content is not readily available and easily, then what you want to basically do is to say, okay, let me price this accordingly. Let me price this accordingly. But if you're doing something that everyone is doing, and that, you know, the content or the solution, the solution and the content that you're creating is easily accessible, then of course at the end of the day you have to price it in a particular way that you will remain competitive. If you don't price it in a way that remains competitive, then it's going to, of course, negatively affect your sales. And we have publishing consultants. So once the publishing consultant can look on that, when you put in and send in an email and say, okay, well, hey, you know what, I'm seeing sales, but I'm not seeing the type of sales that I would want to. We can take a second look on that particular title and say, okay, well, look, we believe that your pricing is kind of way off, right? At times, we will probably try and do that from the get-go, but you would have to really introduce something dramatic. So you would probably put your book at $100 and then say, you know, you're doing it in weight loss, which, of course, is a very competitive market. So there are people who are on Amazon selling weight loss books for free. Sorry, not selling it, but giving it away for free. So the content is readily available, literally for free. It's all over the web. Then you pricing it $100 without having some kind of added benefit to that particular book is clearly you're going to be pricing yourself out of the market, and that will of course have a negative impact on your overall sales. No matter how much discovery you do and how much marketing you do, pricing has you know, a major determinant. It's going to have that determining factor in terms of how many sales that you really get at the end of the day, depending on the competitive of the niche. But again, how much revenue depends on the price of that particular book. Okay. Where can we get Amazon bestseller stickers? Okay, can you email? If you can email our help desk, we can get a couple of those over to you. We do have quite a number of them. So I could probably have Amanda or Tracy go ahead and email you a list or email a link for that, or we can put it in the resources area. No one has ever asked us for that before, though. I'll be honest. So we can go ahead and do that for you. If you already have an ISBN on your books through CreateSpace and want to be published through SpeedyCo, do I buy a new ISBN? Okay, so the first thing that you want to go ahead and do is that you're going to have to remove that book from CreateSpace, because you don't want to end up with literal choking, right? So let me give you an example. Let's say this is Bookwire. Bookwire is owned and operated by Bowker as well. So this Bookwire basically mimics what is known as books in print. So it's not fully updated because it's very, very new, and you can see it here in beta. But the problem here with Bookwire is that Bookwire takes all of your content that is submitted, takes the ISBN, and they put it in here. And Bookwire, of course, engages retailers as well, right? Now, if you have an ISBN that is CreateSpace and you put that book in here, that CreateSpace ISBN should come up, and it should be there, and you'll actually see it saying CreateSpace. So here's an example. So we look on this here. So you can search by ISBN here. So once you go ahead and do that, you can search it by ISBN. So you have that link here. Now you can see the seller is Amazon Marketplace, and the person can actually purchase that particular book here. So all of that information is kept in Bookwire as well. And this is driven through Bowker again, as they're doing much, much more to improve on what is typically known as your discoverability through their particular company. And we, of course, again, our major thing is discoverability. So we work with everyone in getting in as much data as possible and using something that will help us. Not everything will help us as a smaller publishing company with many authors, but larger publishing companies can benefit from several things that we won't benefit from, but we can benefit from several things that they can't benefit from at the end of the day as well. So what you're basically seeing here is that this bookwire.com will basically show you the ISBN. Now, if someone is searching for the title, it can prove a little bit difficult because you'll have the title come up twice with different ISBNs. And if you put an ISBN here for a particular title, it will always come up, but you don't want to choke and confuse people who are book buyers. Because a book reseller normally goes after this, the identifier. So if a book buyer knows that there's a hot book out there, he wants to know what the ISBN is because he's going to come to BookWire, or he's going to go to Books in Print, or he's going to go to Ingram, and he's going to search for the book via the ISBN. And that's what you basically want. You typically want one book to have one ISBN, not one title to have two ISBNs. That's not a good typical thing. It's not a good typical thing. When you go through CreateSpace, the only thing you really want CreateSpace for is for fulfillment on Amazon.com. So you want to be able to put in your own ISBN. Now, if you go through, if you come through speedypublishing.co, you don't have to worry about that because all of your content all of your books are going to have its own unique ISBN. And it will be based on, or just not just their parent company, so to speak, but it will be based on an imprint. I think we looked on PubEasy here, so we can look on here again. I think it's, or affiliate list. I think it's affiliate list here. Right. So typically, the way how Speedy Publishing is set up is that the same way that these major companies are set up. So we have our parent company, which is Speedy Publishing LLC. And below our parent company, we'll have several what are known as imprints. So as you can see here, Hachette has Amazing People Club, Becker and Mayer, Black Dog, Bullfinch, Center Street, Chronicle Books. All of these are known as imprints below the parent company. So all of these here, these imprints, you would have a set of ISBNs that are assigned to a particular imprint. So we do this through Speedy Publishing Co. because because we're taking all different types of content. So we're not just saying that we'll take only children's books or we'll take only nonfiction and we'll take only nonfiction weight loss. So let's assume that you have a nonfiction weight loss book, you have a great fiction book, and you have a children's book. So we couldn't actually just say across the board speedypublishing.com is or Speedy Publishing LLC is a publisher. That wouldn't kind of give you the kind of identity for individuals who are looking on an imprint. What we do here is that we have several imprints, and that those particular imprints your book, the niche or genre of your book will determine what imprint that particular book will be placed in, or placed with, sorry. So if we have a children's book, we'll have an imprint for children's books. The most important thing here is we don't want to confuse that bookseller or that book reseller. We want to make sure that they know that the minute that they see Chronicle books or they see Guinness World Records or they see handprint books, that they know that this is it. This is something that falls in this particular genre that we're looking for. So it's typical here, as you can see with Hachette, that they have different imprints. And when you get your block of ISBNs, you buy that block of ISBNs, all you've got to do is tell Bowker, okay, Bowker, we ordered 10,000 ISBNs. We need 500 for Guinness World Records, or we need 500 for Marvel, or we need 500 for Peterson's, or we need 500 for the Creative Company or Innovative Kids. And what they will do is that they will split that up and then assign a particular block of ISBNs for a particular imprint. So imprints are basically just below the parent company. Now, you don't want to have two separate ISBNs to kind of choke up that particular one title. And it works the same way with having one ISBN, having, I think, using an ISBN for a digital book and using the ISBN for the print book. So if you do that, it will choke up on a retailer, and it will also choke up on a distributor, because they can't tell whether or not it's digital or whether or not it's paperback. So you want to always have a different ISBN for your digital book and a different ISBN for your paperback book. So we look on both of those particular topics as well. So once you come through us, we of course assign an ISBN to your book. So there's no need for you to pay for an ISBN. That is automatically assigned once we move from title group, once we move from your submission into your particular title group. So that's a very, very simple thing for us to do. But if you have your book on CreateSpace, you can, I would just probably just take it down at the end of the day, because we're going to be putting up one there anyway. And typically what will happen is that Amazon, if Amazon is getting the book from CreateSpace, it depends on what price they're getting it from CreateSpace as well. Because they're their own company, they'll normally fulfill it that way. So we just want to go ahead and we'll be putting that book on CreateSpace for you. But again, you can make that determination. When you're submitting your physical book through speedypublishing.co, all you've got to do is choose not to put your book with Amazon through us. We'll put your book with all the other places that are out there that you select. All you've got to do is uncheck that box during the submission process. So we don't try and restrict anyone or hold anyone to say, you've got to publish it, you've got to publish it. You don't have to put that particular book through that particular channel with us. The difference here is you've got to remember that we are big on discovery, and we take care of discovery. But we won't be able to access that book or try and drive links to that particular title because it's not under our control. So that's something that you've got to actually remember, that we wouldn't be able to actually do that. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, how does Speedy Publishing compare to BookBaby and Smashwords? I'll soon have an historical romance. Okay, so there is one thing that sets us apart from everyone else out there. So I've been speaking with Hugh Maguire, who is the owner and operator of a service known as Pressbooks. And he'll, of course, incidentally be there with me at Book Expo this year at BEA 2013. Now, Hugh works very, very well with BookBaby, and he and I have had several discussions. Now, BookBaby, for one, charges $99 for every single title that you're putting out there. So if you're putting one book out there, BookBaby charges $99. If you want to convert that particular book, then they're going to charge $99. They're going to charge a fee for you to convert that book. Here's where we're pretty much different. Okay, so we take your content in several different ways. We can take your content in Microsoft Word. We can take your content in EPUB. We can take your content in Mobi, and we can take your content in PDF. In fact, we want you to submit all of those, and we also want you to submit that audio file. Here's the difference. We don't charge you for that. If you have an EPUB and you want to put that EPUB in Mobi, you can do it right there on the members area in what is known as the converter. This is absolutely free. If you're a member here and you want to come in and convert your Microsoft Word document to a Mobi file, you're free to do that. That is something that's absolutely free. You don't pay for that in the speedypublishing.co members area. That's absolutely free for you. You can choose whatever book, whatever target reader that you actually want to go to. So if you're talking about Sony, you're talking about any one of these, Jelly Books or Kobo or Nook Color or whatever, wherever you want to go, Apple iPad, you can select whatever particular book that you choose and upload that particular book any way you desire, right? Any way you particularly desire. We don't charge you for that. What we do is that we take your books in MS Word, EPUB, Mobi, and PDF. and we store that in what is known as a title group. And we take all that content for you. Now, we would love to say, okay, just give it to us in Microsoft Word. The point is that there's some retailers that want it in EPUB, and it works better for them in EPUB. So we give you that option to easily translate it. Secondly, there's no way we could look on you and say to you, give us $99 to publish one book. Because BookBaby does no marketing whatsoever. BookBaby will not take your content. They will not issue a free press release for you. They will not ensure that your books are in Goodreads. They'll not do anything whatsoever. They'll not put your books in the line of file with a literary agent to stand behind it to try and get your books out there. So imagine someone coming in who wants to be a freedom author and publish 5 books. Immediately there is a flat cost of $500. Off the bat, right there, there's a flat cost of $500. At Digital Book World, I engaged the guys at BookBaby in a very, very long discussion. And BookBaby is pretty new. BookBaby is a spin-off from a company known as CD Baby. And CD Baby is something similar to that. They allow you to publish your content, and they charge you per CD or something like that. The reality here is that CD Baby has created their own ecosystem, and they charge you for that ecosystem. In my opinion, there's no way I could justify charging $99 for one particular. It would be absolutely ridiculous. I sat there at their desk at Digital Book World, and I didn't argue the point. I spoke to them, and I asked them a lot of questions. So I said, for $99, what exactly are you giving me? And they were saying, well, you can publish there, and we don't keep any of the revenue. So I said, okay, that's all well and good, but it's just per book. So if I had 3 books, I'd pay $300, so then I'd have to have more money to market my books, correct? And they said, well, yes, you have to engage in discovery on your own. I said, oh, okay, well, that is not very appealing to me right now, and I said it at the time that it would not be very appealing to my members, because at the time we were looking on different methods to get to this point, and everything that we found was not ideal. Now, Smashwords charges nothing, but the problem here is that you can't just create the content, then you look for a distribution channel, and then you handle your own discovery. The point here is that it's too difficult. Even me as an author, I as an author would not engage in attempting to try and do that on my own. I would not do that on my own. There's a simple reason why. If I'm concentrating in creating the best quality content to make sure I have control over the reviews, that I make sure my content is edited, I do not want to try and get into the business of trying to distribute my books. Secondly, I don't want to get into the business of having to go and publish my books or put my books up on Goodreads, on Shelfari. I have to now create my own press releases. I have to get my press releases out. It is an entire task. In 12 by 12, we look on all of this step by step. And if I was doing it for me, just me only, it would be just too difficult. It would be just too hard. Something would have to suffer. Now, Smashwords is awesome. Mark is awesome. That's the bottom line. To me, Mark is awesome. But one of the things that Mark kind of doesn't work with at the end of the day is like the agency model. He's like big on that because he believes that the author should have complete control over the pricing of the book. I am not typically sold on that. I believe that it is the retailer at the end of the day who really and truly should determine the cost of the book. The companies like the Apple iBookstore that go with a straight agency model leave nothing to chance. They're just you publish and set the price, and we take 30%. So just for being on here, we'll take 30% of the overall cost. We're not really concerned about marketing or nothing at all like that. This is similarly what Mark does. Mark is saying, we'll distribute your content, but we can't really help you to push your books into discovery. The single biggest problem every publisher experiences, whether you're publishing online as in a website or you're publishing a book, it's discovery. If you're publishing websites, if you know about website marketing, the biggest problem people have is traffic. Where do I get traffic? How do I get links on pages that there's a lot of traffic? How do I gain this traffic? That is the single biggest problem that every single publisher has across the board. If I'm publishing a book, how do I get my title discovered? It's traffic. So what we've done is that we've said, Speedy Publishing members, concentrate on content. Ingram and our other retail partners, and our other distribution partners, concentrate on distribution. And SpeedyPublishing.com and SpeedyPublishing.co, what we concentrate on is discovery. So all three different pillars are taken care of by places and companies that target just that. This is what we do, discovery. That is our role, to get your title discovered. Another company is in charge of getting through distribution, and you as the author are in charge of creating that content. And more importantly, everything starts with you. Without any content, there's no need for a distributor. And without any, content, there's no need for discovery. So we want to make sure that the majority of the revenue goes to where it's supposed to go. And we still make a modest profit in what we're doing. And at the same time, you're able to claim the lion's share of that profit. But again, we want to make sure and make this clear, the proof is in the pudding. And when the comments start to come in and the thank yous start to roll in, as we obviously know that they're going to do, you're going to be able to see it for yourself, the importance of having your content on multiple platforms and not just on one single platform. That is the bottom line. So again, everyone else does distribution to an extent. First of all, we're already aware that BookBaby does not distribute to the companies that we do. That much is clear. So they have typically a kind of limited distribution. And what they do is that they've entered into an agreement with those companies where they still engage in what is known as the agency model, so to speak. They're not selling your content at the wholesale price. So that, again, is kind of a deterrent to the majority of retailers out there, because the retailers want content. Without content, they have no customers. So that's something to look on. But we engage, apart from across the board, none of these companies will engage in promoting your book effectively and promoting your book aggressively. And we're doing that. I think we mentioned IJustReadIt.com or IJustRead.it. We mentioned that to you. IJustRead.it will be out in a couple of weeks, and it is revolutionary, to say the least. There is nothing on the planet like IJustRead.it. We already know this, and the type of technology behind IJustReadIt is hours and hours of coding. Hours and hours of coding that make it something that is dramatically different from anything else out there. And even with Goodreads being the way how Goodreads is, you still have to log into Goodreads, and I'll give you a particular kind of hint. Using something like IJustRead.it will still engage on every single social media platform there is. So you will be able to just download a book, whether that book is brand new, and right there from in that system, you'll be able to tweet, tell your friends on Facebook where you got the book, if the book was good for you, what you thought about the book. You'll be able to do that, and it's integrated into all types of different social media, and not just for one specific Amazon platform, but for every single platform that you can think of. And this technology is what is going to help us to carry on, to do something different than what Simon & Schuster and Hachette and Books and Macmillan and all those companies who are yet to embrace technology the right way in order to push discovery. Many of those companies are still going into independent, into bookstores and hosting book signings. Now, I'm not saying that book signings are not awesome. I'm not saying that book signing is not good to engage your your reader. The reality here is that technology allows us to reach a much broader market. So what's happening here is that while book signings are good and it's great for the author, the reality here is that those major publishing companies are not really embracing technology the way how it's supposed to be embraced. And because of my affiliate marketing background, I'm able to look on things in a much different light in terms of getting your content out there. And still it boils down to, and without trying to give away too much, it still boils down to the fact the best content, it's perceived, the best content out there still remains between two covers. It's not online, it's not free online, it's not, it's not even in Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is still unedited, so to speak. But the fact of the matter is here is that the best content that is available still remains between books, in between two covers. And the reality here is, at the end of the day, you're talking about a $14 billion industry. And that's a lot of money at the end of the day. So $14 billion, in my opinion, in terms of turnover, is a lot of money. And it's probably at the end of the day a lot higher. My discussions with a couple of execs in the industry is the American Publishing Association cannot, or Publisher Association cannot quantify resales. They cannot quantify the amount of money that comes in terms of someone purchasing a physical book and then turning around and selling that physical book, right? Because it's still money that's changing hands. So at the end of the day, the initial publishing company recovers some money. There is more money changing hands in terms of continuous purchases. So it's how many times that one book will change hands and reach a particular number of individuals. So again, that's something that is there to look out for. As we continue to see, Amazon keeps on pushing their Kindle ebook reader to tablet status. They want to effectively tackle the Apple iPad and the iPad mini. So they're continuing to push their particular technology in that particular direction. They're looking into global markets. Kobo has already taken a lot in terms of global markets. And we should not forget that in all of this, the dust is only settling on Google coming back into the market. And one of the key things here is Speedy Publishing going to be publishing to Google Books? Yes, we are. So we're going to be having content. Your content is going to appear in Google Books. Very, very simple, very, very easy. So in terms of where your content is going to live on the web, it's going to be literally everywhere. And that, again, as I said before, is one of the main things that will drive sales. So Smashwords and BookBaby does not engage in Smashwords and BookBaby does not engage in marketing on your side. Okay, Colin, do you have the stats on the difference in income your books have resulted in when in KDP versus your wide distribution model? Is it a 10, 20%, or 30% average difference in sales based on KDP versus wide distribution? Okay, so what we're looking on here is that we're not looking on it as a individual book itself. We've got to stop doing that. We're looking on the book per se as a book on Amazon, then in KDP Select, and then elsewhere. So it's not really a comparison, right? You want to look on if my book is on Amazon and exclusive to Amazon versus being everywhere else. So Amazon controls 50% of the market, so to speak, and everyone else controls the other 40%. The key here is if you're everywhere else, that's a different case. When you're going to see, let me put this in a figure format, so because this is what you basically want. My existing books that I've taken from KDP Select in terms of exclusivity to Amazon and pushed them through this particular model. Now, I'm not talking about going with Smashwords, sorry, going with Lulu, going with Kobo, going, with those smaller places, because what those companies are, and the 16 platforms that we started out going with, we were able to rival everything that came from KDP Select. So in publishing just to those particular different platforms, we would probably see we were selling 100 books in Amazon. We were lending another 50 or 60 books that, across the board that were coming through lending through the Kindle Online Lending Library. So let's say that we were averaging about 160 in terms of sales, because it still is a sale, whether it's loaned and or otherwise, because we're being paid for that loan from Amazon. So we were selling 100 books directly, and 60 individuals were borrowing those books at a cost to Amazon, and Amazon was paying us. So we were selling basically, 60%. Now, when we took our books out of KDP Select, we still engaged in discovery and drove traffic to our books that were not exclusive on Amazon, and drove traffic that was there on Lulu.com, the Apple iBookstore, Smashwords. This was the early days. We were seeing comparatively the same. So it was about 100 sales and then 100 sales across the board for that. And we're talking about a digital book only. So we're talking about 100 sales from everywhere else combined and 100 sales on Amazon, which totaled 200 sales. Now, what's going to happen is that when you are in Speedy Publishing Co., you're talking about you're going to be on Amazon, not typically exclusive, but you're talking about 150 or 160 different locations, including all the ones that we were on before. So there is a chance, and I've seen this personally, where we're selling at times more on everywhere else than we sell on Amazon. And that is a reality. But again, we can't look on Amazon, we're making 10 bucks, it's Amazon only. You have to look on it from a broader sense. It's how much you're making at the end of the day. In terms of how many books are you actually selling? How many copies are you actually selling of your book? So I sold 100 on Amazon. When I went with everyone else, 160 on Amazon. When I went with everyone else, I sold 200. And that's limiting the everyone else that I'm going to. Now I have 100 sales on Amazon. Now I'm with 200 other retailers. And I've pushed some discovery with those retailers. What exactly is going to be my return? There are 4 books now that I can typically say, and I can definitely point to, and in some of the training videos I'm going to point to actual instances. We outsell everywhere else. So we sell 10 copies on the Apple iBookstore per month. We sell 5 or 6 copies through Google Books. We sell 7 copies through Kobo. We sell 15 copies through this. We sell 12 copies through that. And we sell across the board in every single one of these particular retailers we're selling. We sell on Bookish. We sell on Books A Million. We sell on every single retailer. And Amazon itself sells as well. But combined with everyone else, we outsell Amazon. That's basically what you're actually going to see. And we've tested this, and that's what happens. So don't be too much concerned with, okay, well, I'm selling, if I'm in KDP Select, people can borrow more. Think about it as an entire overall picture. Am I selling 500, 600 copies? This is what you've got to look on. And I can tell you off the bat, the only thing that everyone here needs to concentrate on is the quality of your content. Please concentrate on the quality of your content. Let us worry about the distribution, and let us worry about the marketing. If you choose to, again, you can choose any one of these distribution channels you want to work with. All of them are listed in the members area in terms of when you're doing your digital submission. So for the most part, let's say that you come in and you're uploading all your content here. So you come into the members area and you're uploading all of your content. So you add all of your data. You choose your genre, you tell us about your DRM, and then you upload your manuscripts. And we have the option, and we give you the option to upload your PDF, your Mobi, your EPUB, your MS Word, and of course your audio file. All of this content here is held in what is known as a repository. It's held in a repository on our system and on our distributor system. We give you the option of saying you can upload your ebook cover art, your paperback cover art, and your audiobook cover art. And then we move into, of course, you can add any kind of supporting images that you want to add. Because if you add supporting images, such as an image of your author, we can actually add that. I mentioned earlier that we've been in discussions with our direct individuals, with our direct retailers, and we say to them, what information can we add to our particular metadata? How can we improve on our particular metadata? Now, Amazon has been quick to say, and I can give you an example, and this is one of the books that that we had mentioned before. Let's look on diabetic plans. Diet plans, I think it is. Diet plan. And we looked on this in the last webinar. Okay. So let's look on diabetic diet plan. So here we go. Okay, so what is key here about this particular type of metadata is that we've been able to add stuff to that particular metadata. Now, what we don't want to actually happen is that we're not able to do this at source, right? So when we're logged into our overall members area here, this is what basically what a publishing consultant would actually see in the back end of our system. They're able to go through and they're able to grab all of this metadata here. So we hit one button and download all of this metadata, and then all of this metadata is sent over to our overall publisher, right, to our overall distribution channel. And that distribution channel or distribution partner is able to push this to the retailer. Now, what is key and critical here? The most important thing here is that they're able to take this, things like these, and use it here, right? So unlike with Amazon, where you have an Office Central account that you can log into, and incidentally, if depending on the package that you've chosen, we also do that. But in here, this particular scenario here, other retailers will take this particular type of thing. They will take the image of the author. They will take supporting images, and they'll use that in metadata. So it was important for us to offer the option to choose supporting images. And at the end of the day, of course, if you have a Facebook page, if you have a Twitter page, if you're on Google+, wherever you are, or whatever website you want to help to promote, that information can be fed into the metadata, because that will help to promote that particular content. And then finally, of course, you would head into, of course, digital submission. So once you've submitted your book, there's one thing that our publishing consultant will ensure that they do. That publishing consultant will look on that particular manuscript and ensure that that manuscript is unique content. It is run through what is known as an API for Copyscape. And if we find something that is not unique, we're going to come back to you and say, okay, well, look, we've got a problem with this particular book before we send it out. If there's something that you want to go ahead and change. Now, we can't change, based on our agreement, we cannot amend your literary work. That's something that we have delved into a lot. I've asked a question in terms of, sorry, how we could actually do that to possibly enhance the content. And we've been told that the minute that we decide to put any hands on your literary work, then it loses its copyright, and we can't afford for that to happen, because then it becomes now enhanced work or enhanced literary work. We can't do that. So what we would do is come back to you and say, let's make a couple of changes here or there that will improve the overall sale. So this is one of the things that we've got to basically look on right now. It's not per se when you're looking on one particular book that's exclusive with Amazon. You have to look on it as the book that is out there and being sold everywhere. And I can guarantee you, for the couple of books that we've run through and placed it through this particular system, we outsell Amazon as a total number. While not every channel will outsell Amazon, but in its entirety, we outsell Amazon. So if we sell 50 or 60 copies, on Amazon per month, combined everywhere else, will sell 70, 80, or 90, or even 100. But the reason why that will happen is because of the sheer number of places that the books are there. Because if you're talking about 10 copies that are sold on Campus eBooks, or 10 copies that are sold on, let's say, DeVry or Dial-A-Book or Diesel or Douglas County Libraries or eBookPie or all of these places, if at FeedBooks, Exlibris, any one of these places that are chosen, Gale, Gardner, Google Books, iGroup, anywhere, choose any 10. Choose any 10 that are here, right? One of the greatest ones that we want to talk about here is My iLibrary. We featured that in the training this week. So My iLibrary and those other places, Overdrive, they'll buy books. Let's say they buy 2 or 3 each month. They're going out to different libraries. That's going out to different libraries. And while that's a one-time cost, there are 120,000 plus libraries overall in the United States alone, right, that are brick and mortar and that have websites. There's Kobo. Just pick any 10 that you want to pick out here and think that you can sell 10 copies per month once you're putting in the right amount of discovery. That is the key and critical aspect here that we want everyone to understand. Possibly as a single entity, you will not outsell Amazon. So Kobo won't outsell Amazon, nor will Mobcast, or nor will Overdrive, or any one of these places, Bookriff, or any one of those places, Bookish. None of them might outsell Amazon on a whole, but combined, they will outsell Amazon. And that is the key and critical aspect that you've got to understand. It just comes down to the number. Am I going to sell as many books as I possibly can, or am I going to try and focus in on Amazon on a whole? Eventually, we all know that the Amazon gravy train that everyone is on right now will have to stop. Amazon can never continue to keep their Kindle program and Kindle books as a loss leader. It will never continue forever. All good things have to come to an end, and if we're not prepared at that particular point in time to take that step to improve our overall sales, we will die. If we don't adapt, we will die. So we have to look on it as a business. It is a business. We're looking on a strong ROI, and we want to keep our books up to at least 100 sales per month, and that's very, very doable. That's extremely, extremely doable, and that's per title. So at the end of the day, we're not saying that you can't sell 1,000 copies for a title. That is also very doable. But the point here is that discovery will lead the way. And again, we're going to make it clear. If you want to publish your book through Amazon, you have that option. There's nothing that we're going to tell you that you have to publish through us. You don't have to publish every single book. So you can choose any one of these here and leave Amazon out. You can choose Apple and leave Amazon out. You can choose Amazon and leave everything out and choose to publish through Apple on your own. But the key, what I want everyone to realize here, is that places like Audible, AudioFile Magazine, AudioGo, I think eMusic, all of these places here, once you upload your digital file to us, your audio file to us, we're going to be able to push that. And more importantly, we're going to be able to push what are known as enhanced ebooks. That's also something that is definitely, in my opinion, is going to make all the difference. Now, you can't publish your enhanced ebook normally through Kindle. That much is clear. So if you want to go ahead, and I want everyone to remember, this is on a per title basis. It's not as if you're a member here and you have 100 books that are there and you have 50 books that are currently in KDP Select. If you have a book that you're putting out now and you don't want to put it in KDP Select, then test it with Speedy Publishing Co. Run it through everywhere, and you'll run that one title through Speedy Publishing Co. So when you go ahead and go in the members area and you add that particular book, it now becomes your choice when you're going through what is known as your physical or digital submission. So once you've added all that content to that particular area, so you go into manage books and you add your book, that hits a publishing consultant. The publishing consultant is now going to approve your title by checking its uniqueness, or come back to you and say, okay, well, we found this problem. You kind of need to fix this, before you even head into submission. And once you've completed all of that, then you head into digital submission, and you submit your content immediately. Very, very simple, very, very easy. And you submit your particular content digitally, and then you can move into a physical submission where you can submit your paperback book. So those are the typical options, and you're going to have the choices to make in distribution. So you can choose wherever you want to place your content through. If you're on CreateSpace and you don't want to put the book through CreateSpace through us, don't check that box. Leave that box blank, right? Don't check it, but check everywhere else. But the only thing that you've got to remember is that when we get all of our listings back from our particular retailers that we know that our book is now currently live, we will not be able to market that particular, if your particular book is on Amazon, we can't take that link and we can't put it in our press release, right? We won't be able to take that link. We won't be able to do that. It's just basically the reality. If your book is with us, clearly it's going to go through PubEasy. So it's clearly going to go through Ingram. It's going to go into Books in Print, BookWire, everywhere else. So fear not in terms of that. But in my opinion, if you're looking on it as a business and you want to concentrate on revenue, and the main thing that you want to do is concentrate on creating good, quality, solid content, then take your book, create your book, and place it with us. Let Ingram handle the distribution, and let SpeedyPublishing.com and SpeedyPublishing.co actually handle all of your discovery woes. So that is something that across the board that we definitely wanted to make that very, 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 very clear. Okay, so let's head on to our next question. Does the new Speedy Publishing software deal with the table of contents issues for Kindle? Okay, so Kindle is very, very funny in terms of creating that .mobi. The way how Speedy Publishing, the way how Speedy Book Publisher works is that we cater for Microsoft Word. Now, Microsoft Word is awesome because both Doc or DocX, you can create your content in, and Speedy Book Publisher, does that very, very well. But again, if you want to create it in the Mobi version that you can actually view it, that works a little bit better in terms of the NCX file, you can do that using the converter. So that this converter here that's in SpeedyPublishing.co will now be in SpeedyPublishing.com in the members area. So you won't actually have to have that. And that's going to be on the templates page. So we're going to place that there as the converter. So you're going to be able to still get your templates if you want to. All of those raw templates are going to be there for you. Speedy Book Publisher has those templates built in. But if you create your book through Speedy Book Publisher and you want to put it in a .mobi file, all you've got to do is head over to the converter, choose your file, select if you want it here as you would see in Mobi, and then you're going to have the Kindle, Kindle DX Fire, Kindle Fire, Handline V3. You just choose Kindle, and then you just click on Upload and Convert, right? All of this here, you can do whatever you want to do with it. You put in your title, you put in the author. That information will go on the top of the book in terms of your .mobi, and you will be able to publish your Mobi file, and there wouldn't be a real issue in terms of having to create that NCX or anything like that. So pretty much, yes, we look on changing those problems that people have with the table of contents that has been happening with Kindle. Okay, so do you have information on the best price point to sell ebooks at? I've seen several recently at $347, and the prices that sell, and are there prices that sell better than all? Well, of course, the reality here is it's the competition, right? So you have to look on how competitive that particular market is going to be. So if I was to go into eBook Niche Explorer and I wanted to try and find something, I'm going to click off the extended search. So I'm going to go into something that's really popular, and I'm going to look on weight loss, and I click the search button here, and let's look on weight loss here. The main thing that I want to basically do, first of all, there are a whole lot of people. I want to look on the overall costing of these particular books, all right? And as you can basically see is, it's typically between 99 cents, $3. Here's one that's $4.54, and it sells only 25. Here's one at 98 cents, which is 300, doing 300 sales, right? So when you look on it here, the two biggest earners, right, are the ones that are selling for 98 cents, another one that's selling for $2.99, and let's look at this book here that's selling for $4.54, right, by Siegfried Mueller. This is $113. So in terms of profitability, what of course would be important to you? In terms of profitability here, this book really and truly isn't making for the author $2.94 because you're going to have to discount this by a third. So they're only getting 30% of this $98 cents here, or 99 cents here. So you're basically getting a little under 100. This guy here is probably doing more. So at priced at $2.99, he's doing about 75. He's getting a return of about $2. So he's doing about $140 here, right? This guy here is doing it at $6. So he's doing 25. So basically, if you take 30% of that, he's doing over $100 here as well. And similarly, you can continue to go down the line. So the most profitable book here would probably be this book at $2.99. And what that basically tells you is that based on your niche, you can find the best price to work with if you're looking on something like that. For us, what we basically do is that we look on a pricing strategy that has to do more with the cost of content acquisition and the typical type of return on investment that we want to see over a period of time. So if we know that we are looking for probably next 6 to 8 to 9 months to recover our overall investment, which in my opinion is quite some time, but realistic, right? So if I say, okay, well, I'm going to invest $200 now, and I want to make $20 per month, I know I'm going to make more than that from a particular book, but I'm looking on that as a logical rate of return. That's what I am looking on, more than just saying, you know, I want to make $100 or $500 every month. I have to look on that because it's a business. It's my return on my investment. And then more importantly, I'm going to price my product to ensure that I remain competitive in the market. So I wouldn't specifically say I want to price my book at 98 cents because here you can see Taylor Hendrickson, of course, is 300 sales is a lot of sales, right? 300 sales, a lot of sales. But what does this basically tell you here is that this is 300 sales. She's got 41 reviews, but she has 2.6 stars. That's not typically good. Juicing Recipes, 75 sales by Gretchen Wells. She's doing 100 plus, and she has one review, and that one review is 5-star. And of course, we've got one here, which is No Gym, Frank Clarkson, $6.05, 25 sales, and they're basically making about 100 plus bucks here, 2 reviews and 4 stars. So these are things that you want to basically remember. You want to look on the overall market, what the highest selling price is in terms of the revenue, gauge that against what you anticipate or what you would want to receive as a return on your investment, and then make that pricing decision. It's not all about trying to choose that price just based on, okay, well, this is a hot number, that is a hot number. It has to be scientifically done and based on something. You have to choose something here when you're pricing your book, because you can't just say, okay, well, yeah, everyone is saying $4 is a good number, I'm just going to place it at $4. That's not, there's no science behind that. And I mean, how do you gauge your overall return on that? There's no way to do that, right? So you want to make sure that you look on the cost of content acquisition. In this particular case, if you were publishing with Speedy Publishing, we would look on that price too, because we look on that price. We know what our overall retailers will be looking for. So we have to be cognizant of that at the same time. So we have to say, okay, well, retailer, we want to give you, and we're giving you 50% off, literally, right? So that retailer knows that, is that price competitive across the board? Will they do anything for that particular price? If you're not looking on your pricing strategy correctly, then it can lead to a serious problem at the end of the day. So you want to make sure that you look on your pricing strategy clearly based on your return on your investment, and at the same time the overall industry pricing in terms of the genre. You don't want to price yourself out of the market. So just picking a price is not going to be good enough. You've got to put a little bit of science behind that and to kind of do some investigative research on your own. And that is a part of creating your content. And I'll be clear, I'll say that across the board, because you don't want to engage a PhD to write something on diet and weight loss, because the cost of the content in that particular niche is going to be extremely low. So you can't engage a PhD who's going to charge you $1,500 or $2,000 to write an epistle on diet and weight loss. What you want to basically do is if I was doing something that was like that and I wanted cutting edge, I would contact the university, and you can do this right now. Contact the university, find out from them in terms of engaging that tell them that you have a publishing company. You want to engage a couple of undergrads or postgrads, more importantly postgrads, and you want to talk about acquiring the publishing rights for their dissertations or the papers that they've written, and give them that option. And then you can go ahead and buy the publishing rights, and you can buy exclusive publishing rights from them for that, and purchase that at a very low rate. And then you can take that content now, which is really, really high quality content that you've acquired at a typically low rate, and you can say, well, I can take the next year to make 100% in terms of a return on my investment. So I just want to push this content out there and then give it the particular time it will need in order to sell, in order to give me that type of return on my investment. And more importantly, you can price it properly. More importantly, so that you don't price yourself out of the market and price yourself at that PhD price. So there are different ways in terms of, pricing, and then your content acquisition strategy, and all of that comes into play. So you want to ensure that you think about that primarily at first, which is a big part of planning and your strategy before you even start thinking about the niches that you're going into and how you acquire that particular type of content. Okie dokie. What does it mean 15% of net? Okay, so we mean 15% of the net amount that's coming from the retailer. So typically what will happen is that if you're selling your book for your suggested retail price is $10, we're selling the book at 50% off, so it's now $5, right? So $5 is what the retailer will pay. We will take 15% of that $5. So that's the net amount that the retailer will pay for each particular copy of your book that is sold. So we take 15% of the net amount, right? So if you think about comparatively, for a publisher like iUniverse, they basically take 80% of the net, or at the very least for digital books, they take 50% of the net, right? So we're not anywhere close to that. So and then at the end of the day, they do nothing in terms of marketing. So I guess it's a really good deal. That's why people are calling me, or calling SpeedyPublishing.co a disruptor, which is very, very good. Is it okay if our books are already in Kindle? Yes, it is. Okay, so here's the thing. If your books are already in Kindle, do not try and publish them through Amazon through us. what will actually happen is that Amazon will remove your book. That is the thing. Amazon will remove your book if your book is in Kindle right now, if you publish it through us. All you've got to do is that when you're doing your digital submission, do not check Amazon. Check everything else, so you can select all, and then you just find the Amazon link. No, it's important that you understand that this is Amazon across the board, right? So if you have your audio file, and that's another thing that you want to remember. If you have your audio file and your audio file exists in that title group, we won't be able to publish that title group to everyone, to Amazon. So it would have to be that specific title group. If you wanted to create a different particular book, then it would work in a different way. What you kind of have to realize is that every single book that you publish has its own kind of ISBN. So has its own ISBN, sorry. So that means that if you're doing a digital submission, separate ISBN. Your ebook, separate ISBN. If you push your book through Amazon, we're going to take that and we're going to go with what you say. So when we're pushing our books through our distribution partner, we're going to say, Amazon, here are the different files, the metadata, everything for book A. Amazon is going to take that and they're going to upload it to their system. Now, if they find your book, which is the same exact book with the same exact cover art, they are going to bounce that book away. If they run it through their system and find that your book is duplicate content to the publisher's book, then they're going to remove your particular book. And what's going to happen here, and I'm going to make it clear, is that when you sign up and you receive your username and your email, on the very first time that you log in, you're going to have what is known as the member agreement. And that member agreement will indicate to you that what exactly you're required to do, right? It's going to tell you that we have to have that level of non-exclusivity in terms of pushing that particular book, non-exclusivity, but we cannot exist on the same platform. We can't exist on the same platform because Amazon won't allow it. So if you have your books in Kindle already and you want to keep your books in Kindle, just don't check that Amazon button. It will be absolutely fine. You won't have any problems. But if you do, Amazon is going to take your book out. They will keep our book in there because Amazon is not going to pay you 70% when they can pay 45%. It's just basic math for them. So they'll take your book out and start, they'll take content from us elsewhere. It's still cheaper for them at the end of the day. Okay, so no free content offered elsewhere. Does that also mean that an author should not use a free book chapter on a website for publicity? Okay, so no. If you're offering your content out there and the content is not exclusive, you can publish that content, a piece of that content in terms of an excerpt freely elsewhere, right? But we wouldn't expect for you to make that book absolutely free. If you made the entire piece of content absolutely free, that would jeopardize your content. We would have to terminate your account. Because what would happen is that our retailers would come and say, okay, well, why am I selling content that is freely available on the web? And they would talk to us about it, and we would have to terminate your account. Immediately. So what we're saying here is take your book, and if you want to put an excerpt there or even a chapter and a half, so if you want to do that with Wattpad, very, very popular thing. On Wattpad, people will place a chapter of their particular book. To me, that's absolutely fine. And to the retailers, that's absolutely fine, right? That's absolutely fine. So there's no problem in that. But if you're going to put your entire book out there for free, then there's going to be clearly a problem. So we can't allow that to actually take place. We have to protect our distributor. We have to protect our retailers because they are the bread and butter. And we have to protect ourselves at the same time. So our membership agreement will clearly state all of these. You'll see that the minute that you log in, it's going to appear. If you do not sign it, your account will be temporarily disabled, right? And that membership agreement before you sign up is going to be clearly visible on the web page. So I'll just go ahead and take a look on that. So here in terms of the membership agreement, so once you get here on May 6th, before you sign up, go ahead and read through that member agreement. It will talk a lot about how your royalties are paid, how we gather that information from you, how we make those royalties, whether it's ACH, everything that you need to know about that membership agreement is going to be there that you can peruse before you take the plunge and head into membership. That is absolutely important for you at the end of the day. And then the minute that you get into the membership area, you will see that appear as a pop-up, and you will be required to put your electronic signature there and accept that particular agreement, and that will govern how we handle all your books. But for the most part, it's a pretty simple process. We're all thinking about, at the end of the day, our sales and being discovered. That's what we want, to sell more titles, right? So that's what we're concentrating on. And we're putting, a lot of things are in place in order to do that for our members. And we only are accepting 12x12 and speedypublishing.com members right now. So, and that will be verified. I can make sure I can tell you that if everyone who is going to be in now are all going to be speedypublishing.com members or 12x12 steps members that are going to be able to do that. Because once we get I Just Read It up and running, those individuals who are going to be using I Just Read It, your books, once you're a part of Speedy Publishing Co., there's no cost for you to have your books as sponsored books. What will happen is that those 5 particular keywords that you've selected in the metadata will allow individuals, when they're making that giant search for books in terms of free content. So if someone searches Barnes & Noble, so let's say that we're looking on Barnes & Noble, and this is one of the things that many people don't realize, that every single company has its own free book, right? So we look on Barnes & Noble free books here, right? So you have an entire listing of free books here, right? So in almost every single genre you can think of, right? So you can look here, see all, and these are all of the free books, thousands of them. so in fact, here we go. You've got 1.8 million absolutely free titles that are sitting on the Barnes & Noble ecosystem, and people hardly know about this, and they don't know about something what is basically called the Nook for PC. So you can actually download every single one of these free ebooks. Every one you can download and have them, for your Nook for PC. It's the same thing with Kobo, because Kobo works the exact same way. So Kobo has an entire listing of free books. They have that entire listing of absolutely free books. So you click on this link here, and they'll tell you over 1 million free ebooks. 1 million. So, sorry, Amazon on any given day has a lot more, right? So, and this is sporadic, to say the least. So when individuals are looking for free content or quality free content, they don't typically come to places like Kobo or places like Barnes & Noble. They stick on the whole Kindle thing. Now, what I Just Read It will do is that it will allow them to feed into all of these and have the ability to comment on all of these books that they've downloaded. More importantly, once they do that, the way how I Just Read It will be similar to how Google looks. So Google allows us to do that. So let's say we search for herbal remedies. So let's say for herbal remedies. And let me see if I can probably pick something that would probably be more ad-driven. So let's say credit cards. Okay, great. So what you're seeing here is something known as ads related to credit card. So what will basically happen is that as a member of I Just Read It, when someone searches for a particular topic for a free ebook on either one of these platforms, you're going to have sponsored books. So if your book uses that particular keyword, and we did this because we didn't want to drown the system out, right? And we want it to be fair to everyone because there's no cost attached to this for you guys at all once you're a member of SpeedyPublishing.co. So we're pushing this through what is basically known as a browser extension or browser app, right? So we basically kind of have an idea of what it is we're doing technology-wise. So I wanted to kind of lay it down, a little bit more in terms of telling you what would transpire. So this is where your book would appear. A thumbnail of your cover along with the title of your book and a snippet of information. And all of that is easily acquired here in what is known as your metadata. So if you choose your top 5 keywords here, and one of your keywords is credit cards, when someone searches on the I Just Read It system, your book will appear as a sponsored book above all of the free options. Now, of course, we already know that depending on how important individuals might perceive that particular book, then it will, of course, lead to a sale. The key here is what I'm trying to point out is that we can't do what everyone else is doing in terms of discovery. If we try and stay within that particular realm, we won't be ahead of the game. And we have to be ahead of the game. We have to be out there in front of a lot more people, and we have to be able to give individuals the opportunity who are engaged with us to be able to comment and improve their own discovery. So a couple of weeks ago, we looked on something that Teddy Goff had pointed out when he was going through as the tech person on the Obama campaign, right? And he said that he really didn't want to engage 300 million people in the Obama campaign. What they wanted to do was to engage 1 million or 2 million or 3 million. Why? Because those one person in that particular 1 million would know 10 people or 20 people. So by engaging that one person through social media and other methods, they would be able to engage those 10 people simultaneously, because that one particular person will engage those 10 people immediately. And then the trend continues. So if, let's assume that Adrian downloads a particular book and Adrian likes this book and she's able to comment on that book through the I Just Read It system, what will end up happening is that everyone who is in her Facebook or on her Facebook page is going to be notified, or it's going to go on her wall or go out as a post. What does that mean? That means that all her friends are going to see her comment on this particular book that she just read, whether it's for free and or otherwise. So we have just typically gotten in front of 10 more people if she only has 10 friends. And what if those 10 friends like that particular book or decide to take it and take up the offer and download that book? Then we're going to be able to engage 10 of those other person's friends, and the trend continues and continues and continues. So we want to be able to engage as many as we can, but still add that social media aspect to it, that we can explode that level of discovery. That's what most of these companies are not doing. And if you can see the knee-jerk reaction in terms of Amazon acquiring Goodreads, because Amazon gets it, they are a technology company first, but you can now see the knee-jerk reaction of other companies like Macmillan and those other companies who are now scrambling to try and create their own communities, which is, in my opinion, not within their particular scope. I think Nadine covered it well in the last Speedy News module. You should be able to see that Speedy News model in the members area, where she speaks about the other companies and that particular knee-jerk reaction in them saying they believe that the number of individuals who are going to be using social media to interact with respect to books is going to explode in 2014. We already get that. We already got that. and we know that it's going to be critical for discovery. So I believe that eventually book signings and stuff like that will be more cosmetic more than anything else, and not a key aspect of discovery anymore. And we have to engage and use and embrace technology in order to push the discovery of our content. That's very, very, very important. So those are some of the things that we are doing to ensure that that works. But back to your question, no, do not put your entire book there, but putting just, a small chapter is absolutely fine. Okay, so Colin, I'm a beginner about to publish my first book. I planned a series of several books in a nonfiction niche. I don't feel it's feasible at first to set up a corp. Was planning at first to go to Kindle. Okay, was planning first to go to Kindle and CreateSpace. Is there any way to start Speedy Publishing without our own imprint and corporate entity? I turned in late. I hope you haven't covered it. Okay, no, listen, you don't have to be a publishing company to come through us. You can be an ordinary, you're just an ordinary author. Just publish. It's what we're geared for. If you already have your limited liability publishing company, then yes, if you want to come through us, then yes, there's no problem with that. We are introducing something that is known as an enterprise level. We haven't expanded that fully, but I think what we would do is that we would engage individuals in that aspect through Publish Direct. There are some authors who I'm very impressed with to this day who have hundreds of books out there, right? And they're still doing it as a single author and not under a limited liability company. So the case in point here is that if you're on a little bit late, remember you have the choice of being able to publish wherever. That choice is still yours. The power of that is still in your hands, right? But what you want to remember is that you can't publish in KDP Select if you're coming through us. That won't work, right? So you can only publish through Amazon, but then you can take advantage of all these other locations. But we won't be able to push discovery to your book on Amazon in terms of driving links directly back to it. We would not be able to do that. We would only be able to push links to those particular retailers that we have control over and that we are working with currently. So that would only be the other difference. But please, if you started late, go ahead, get your feet wet. Go through all the lessons in speedypublishing.com, because that is where the most information is going to be to help you. Go through as much of the videos as you possibly can. Learn as much about content strategies and different methods that you can use to improve your content. And once you've gone through all of that information, then you can make that decision. If you have your books out there in KDP or on the platform and you're not ready to push them out, don't push them out until you feel comfortable about it. You've got to feel comfortable with it, because what we don't want is for someone to start the process, get your book out there to 200 different retailers, and then you say, okay, well, I'm scared, I want to pull back. You have to be very, very sure. So, take one book if you want to protect. If you're thinking along those lines, take one book or take two books and say, let me go ahead and place these two books with Speedy Publishing. Depending on the membership level that you're going through, if you decide to take the top tier membership level, you know that those two books are going to go way above and beyond what you would do if you're going to the free membership level, right? That is something that to consider as well. In my opinion, it's all about discovery, and it's all about, at the end of the day, sales. So that's what we want to really and truly work on. So again, you can publish wherever you want to, and you can choose with us, right? So you don't need an imprint or a corporate entity. If you don't need that as we speak right now. You don't need that Come in, concentrate on the quality content, and then we can move from there. Okay, okie dokie. Okay, so will Speedy Publishing be retaining withholding tax? Okay, so at this particular stage, when you're putting in your account information, once you've logged into the system, we're going to ask you for your account information, right? Now, by law, if you give us as a limited liability company formed in the United States, we are required to report your revenue to the IRS, right? Now, if at the end of the day, we intend to do that. We are going to need some information from you. Your ITIN, your SSN, or your EIN. Now, if you're a limited liability company, then if you give us an EIN, or if you're an individual and you give us the SSN, or you're an individual and you give us your individual tax identification number, we are not required to have take any withholding tax from you. Now, we talk about at length in speedypublishing.com how you can acquire that EIN even over the phone. If you're in whatever country in the world, you can pick up the phone and you can call and get that EIN in a matter of minutes. In 10 to 15 minutes, you can have that. So you don't need to, typically, we don't want to withhold any tax from anyone. That's the bottom line. Our retailers will pay us, but we have that level of responsibility because we can't afford for IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, to contact us and say, hey, look, you've been paying out hundreds and hundreds of dollars and you haven't collected any of this data. No, what we're doing is what a lot of people are not doing. And a lot of companies are not doing. We're paying you not just through ACH. If you have a PayPal account, we'll pay you through your PayPal account. So we're not averse to doing that. We want you to get your money as quickly as possible. But if you don't have any of that, the IRS will not look favorably upon us, and we might be in a little bit of problems. So we need to get that data from you, and that is in your membership agreement as well. And we speak to that at the same time. So in giving us that data, it prevents us from having to do that as well. And in fact, we have been looking for a different way to go about that, because ideally, what we really want to do, and I'll be honest with you, what we really want to do is, at the end of the day, just have our members sell their books and collect quickly, whether it's through PayPal, or if a person doesn't have a PayPal account, which is very rare these days, that we can get it to them via ACH. So if you're paid through PayPal, I have no problem in doing that, right? All we need to do is that when we're doing our accounts, we need to be on the up and up, and we need to make sure that we are protected at the end of the day. So we need to know that you are not a real person, so you wouldn't have made up a name, that kind of stuff. So yeah, we won't be putting in any withholding tax because we really want you to come up with that EIN. We would probably just hold your payments until you'd be able to get that to us. But again, getting that EIN is less than a few minutes. And I think I'd definitely speak to one of our publishing consultants when the time comes to literally help people through that particular process. If it's something that's too intimidating to you, and you don't have that particular, you won't be able to do it on your own. So we'll definitely, but the information is there in speedypublishing.com. But again, if it's proving too difficult, I will ensure that I make someone available to help you out with that particular process. Okie dokie. Okay, how many words is the usual 20-page children's book? Oh, okay. So a children's book can be either just images, or it can be images and words. I wouldn't print a children's book without actually putting images in there. So it can be a 20-book children's book can be any number of words. What we try and do is that we try and make sure that we add the element of translation. So we try and keep the number of words below a particular number. So if we have 200 or 300 words in there, or even 1,000 words, that's the max we would probably go, because a children's book can be easily translated into a different language, because it's all about pictures. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, right? So you take that children's book and you translate it into every different language you possibly can, and then you try and ensure that you do the proper marketing behind it. And discovery is all about, getting that kind of stuff, getting that research put in. I remember discussing with a particular member, looking on a particular country. Is that particular sport, popular in that particular country? Is that particular pet popular in that particular country. So again, that boils down to the fact. And then you want to look on different ways that you can promote your book in those particular foreign markets as well. So it can boil down to any range of things. It can boil down to any range of things. You can promote, you can do, and another thing that many people are unaware of, search strings work in other markets too. So we've been testing that, especially because of some German printing books or German written books that we've looked on is utilizing that particular search string. So the search string in terms of promoting for a foreign market using a foreign word or foreign keyword works the same way in Amazon.com as it does in Amazon.de, as it does in Amazon.br. It works across the board. That search string is across the board. That strategy works across the board. So you can promote your books in any particular market that particular way. So that works very well. But every single website is unique. So when someone is actually doing the downloads, you want to send them to Amazon.br then. You don't want to send them to Amazon.com and have them download the book using the search string keyword in that particular website. You want to have them ensure that they download the book through Amazon.br and not through Amazon.com. That won't work. But you can set up your search string using Amazon.br, have the downloads trigger, and then your book will begin to rank for that particular foreign, keyword in that foreign language. So that's something to bear in mind as well. That does definitely work. So to answer your question, Deb, it's really and truly, at the end of the day, it depends on what you intend to do. But typically, I wouldn't go for more than 1,000 words. 1,000 words is, in my opinion, a lot. And you have to have images there. So you want to keep it at 1,000 words. And you can probably put those images, the text, on the images. And that also helps at the end of the day. Okay. Okay, Lalani. Okay. BookBaby charges $150 to $250 and distributes to takes no further percentage. Right. So I know that BookBaby charges basically, well, they charge $99. That's the figure that they told me when I was at Digital Book World. But the problem is that they don't do discovery. They don't do discovery. And what's the real benefit of getting into those particular places? So let's take a look on BookBaby. And I don't want to rag them because that's their business model, right? So let's take a look on BookBaby. And you can see the places that BookBaby publishes to. So we've got the Apple iBookstore, Amazon for Kindle, Barnes & Noble, Reader Store for Sony, Kobo, Copia, Gardner's, Baker & Taylor, eBookPie, eCentral, and Script, right? Now, what would prevent us from really signing up with all of these particular companies? So they've got 11 retailers, and you can see that going by. They've got 11 retailers, and it's in 170 countries. Now, they've got the majors. There is no doubt in that. But once you publish your book, how are you going to promote your book? How is your book being promoted? That's the case. How is your book going to be discovered? And 11 stores versus everything that exists here. I've not seen bookish.com on that list. We already have Baker & Taylor. I'm not seeing BibleSoft. Things like the Life After Death and stuff like that, these companies will take content depending on how it's set up, depending on the niche or the genre that you're in. I've not seen Book Manager. I've not seen BookRiff, Books A Million, Books 24/7, Bookshare, Books on Board. I've not seen Booker. I am not seeing Keg. I'm not seeing Catalyst. I'm not seeing Christian Book Distributors. I'm not seeing, well, they have Copia, CourseSmart, of course, CreateSpace is different, Cupid Books. I'm not seeing Diesel. So I'm not sure. I'm not seeing ebooks.com here. So I'm not sure really why I would actually be paying $250. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not really sure about that, right? So again, Apple, of course, it says here, agency model, 30%. We keep nada, nothing, zilch, zero, get published today. That's their selling point. For us, it's not really a selling point. What we've done is that we've opened up our ecosystem to everyone else. So even if we never had SpeedyPublishing.co, our limited liability company would still have the publisher account with everyone else. That's what we're going for. So what we're applying to our own books is exactly what we're applying to everyone else's books. So I wouldn't be paying $250 for one title. That it would be absolutely ridiculous for one title. I would pay it for 10 or 20 or 30. Comparatively, you're paying $149 for 100, and you're still getting discovery. So I don't know. In my opinion, while it's $149 every month, it's 100 books, and it's massive in terms of the difference with respect to discovery. So having paid the $250, I think that $250 could be applied somewhere else. That's just my feeling. So again, you know, I'm not sure basically what would drive you to want to do that. Okay. Oh, thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Do we have to format our books with the Speedy software? Okay. Well, typically, no. If you have your content ready, no. Again, through our particular system here, when you're uploading your book, all you've got to do is head over to, let's see. Okay, great. All you've got to do is head over to the Converto. And once you head over to the Converto, you're going to be able to change, to convert your content into any format. So you can change it into PDF. You can change it into from MS Word to Mobi to EPUB to PDF. You get to I think, let's double check here. I forget sometimes. Okay, right. So PDF, Mobi, and EPUB. You can turn your MS Word into any one of those. You can take your EPUB and convert your EPUB to MS Word, Mobi, and PDF. You can take your PDF and convert it to any one of these. So it's cross. You can do it easily in any type of format. So any format changes over to any format, right? So you don't have to actually format it with the Speedy Publishing software. What Speedy Book Publisher is, it helps you with digital asset management, because we talk a lot about stacking as a strategy. If you have your content in chapters, and this is your content that you solely hold or own the copyright for, and you have that split in chapters, you can sit down and in one day, depending on the amount of content you have, you can put together 5 or 6 books in one day, because you own or hold the publishing rights for that content. You do that in a matter of minutes. You'll have an umpteen amount of books that you can go ahead and push and promote and push into our system. So that is something that you want to remember. You don't need to use Speedy Book Publisher to do that, but Speedy Book Publisher helps with what is known as DAM, or Digital Asset Management. Right? So you can use your assets, which are the books itself, divide it into chapters, and merge that book quickly. And then you can do it for Kobo. You can do it for anything. And that's if you're publishing on your own. And one of the key things here is of course, we're adding that picture book template, or picture-only books lesson that we had a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago. We're adding that template in the live to the software. We've been doing that. It has taken months to get it right, but we're finally on the cusp of getting it correctly. There are only a few more bugs to work out. So once we're done with that, you'll be able to create your overall manuscript, your overall picture book in a click of a button. And that's where we're going with it. The software is evolving with the needs of our members in the ecosystem, and we've made tons of changes based on recommendations that our members have given us.
So and we're adding more and more to it every single day. We have Mike. Mike Waters is actually the tech who is in charge of Speedy Book Publisher, and he himself has come up with a whole lot of good things in terms of setting up keys and all that kind of stuff. He has done a really lot and a wonderful job in putting the software together, and it's geared for our members. It's not really something that everyone has to use per se, but it helps a lot, especially in digital asset management. So we encourage use of it, definitely. Okay, so yes, we are, Elizabeth, still starting on May 6th. You'll be able to log in, sign up, load in your books. You'll get, because when there's a particular process. When you upload your content and you add in all your information, one of our publishing consultants has to approve your book. Once that basically will take probably, I'd probably say anywhere between 12 to 24 hours, because we just anticipate that a lot of people are going to be coming in. So it's going to take 12 to 24 hours for your title to be approved for submission. Once your title has been approved, then you can head over to digital submission and you can submit your book. If you're submitting through the physical and your package allows you to submit for that physical book, then you can go ahead and submit for that physical book as well, and your book will be pushed into the different channels. And typically your book goes from going into our title group. It will probably take anywhere between 24 to 48 hours to move into the distributor, and then from there the distributor will push that over to that particular to all the retailers that we indicated along with the metadata, right? So we want to make sure that we get it right. So it will take probably between the distributor to the retailer, it'll probably take a week or two. But the minute that it gets there, then once we identify that particular title on any retailer whatsoever, the overall process in terms of discovery begins. So once you put your book with us, it will probably take a week to 2 weeks. Typically less. I have seen it once I've pushed this with my distribution channel. I've seen my book out there in like 4 days. It appears on a particular retailer, and then I'm able to start, especially Amazon. And I'll tell you, Amazon is very quick. Taking content from Ingram, it's like daily. So you will see your book appear on Amazon very quickly if you choose that method. If you choose to publish to Amazon through us. If you are doing everyone else, it takes basically a couple of days, 2 to 3 days or 4 days I've seen. But they have said standard time, 2 weeks. So yes, at the end of the day, we are starting on May 6th. So get your books in early. We can have our PubCon or publishing consultant review that particular book as soon as possible, get you approved in a couple of hours, and then you can go ahead and just click on digital submission and your book will go live. Okie dokie. When we sign up for people, is it a lifetime of the book or, for example, a year? Okay, so our contract, our membership agreement lasts for 2 years, right? So we have that non-exclusive right to publish your book for a 2-year time period. After that 2-year time period, we will automatically renew that contract each year. Now, all we need is up to 30 days notice in order to do that, and you can do that from within the system. So if you intend to delete a book, you just hit in your Manage Books field. Once you hit delete, the book will go back to pending, and then we will be notified that you deleted a particular book. So once you deleted that particular book, what you're doing is that you're removing that book from submission or from distribution. When you've done that, we will then have to take that book away from our distributor or remove it from our distributor. In turn, what will happen is that that book will take quite some time to be removed from our overall or retail partners. So that is something that you have to remember. So it will take a couple of weeks. We do ask for 30 days, but if you immediately delete it and we take a look on it and we say, okay, well, yeah, well, fine, you're deleting the book. We have no issues with that. then we would go ahead and a pub consultant would go ahead and check a particular box, and you would see that title appear as approved but not distributed. And then you could go ahead and further remove that content totally by hitting the delete button. So when it's in distribution mode, you can't actually just delete it just like that. But hitting the delete button, because we didn't want it to be a case where it would take you literally 30 days in order to come back to us to tell us in writing that you want to remove the title. It's just too long. If you hit the delete button from distribution, it will show as pending. Our publishing consultant will go ahead and remove it from the repository with our distributor, and of course, in turn, that will remove it from our retail partners. That happens, then your book, once it happens, your book would go into an approved status, so you could actually do that again. What we don't want, because each time you do that, if you decide to remove it and pull it down because you want to make changes, we wanted to be able to accommodate you with that. So we would still keep that ISBN. But of course, if you do move away from us with that ISBN, we didn't want to play the game and cause any real problems. There are going to be times when an author decides to move away from speedypublishing.co. We have no problems in doing that, and I wouldn't expect to see that person move away totally if they want to move a title to somewhere else because they've gotten an offer with, say, a Macmillan, where you have a title, and that title has grown by far way beyond what any of us could have anticipated in terms of its success. And it becomes the next bull, like Hugh Howey. And Macmillan decides to come to you and say, okay, well, look, we want to purchase publishing rights for your particular book. We don't want to stand in your way if Macmillan is willing to give you $200,000 or $300,000 up front just to acquire the publishing rights to your book. We would never do that. So we want to be able to ensure that you're able to remove your content as quickly as you placed it with us without much hassle. And we won't tell you that if you wanted to start your own company or you wanted to move away from that we're going to preclude you from even having the ISBN. So when you pull down your book, based on our member agreement, we do have a small clause in there in terms of you taking that ISBN, because the ISBN really and truly is not, even though it's levied on the book, most publishing companies say, well, you can go, but you can't take the ISBN. Well, here's the thing. We want you to be successful wherever you are. And we won't try and choke you up or tell you need to pay $125 for an ISBN. That is not our style, never has been, never will. We're for the author. That's who creates the content, creates the asset. We're working along with the author to earn, and that's what we're doing. So, that being said, your ISBN can go with you. So, our contract is for 2 years initially. 1 year, you can terminate that contract at any particular point in time. You can write to us, email us, and tell us that you want to close your account. We can close your account and we will remove all your content. We don't hold your content at all. And we can do that over a period of time. Of course, I would basically, if you want to do that, I would basically first remove all my books from publication and then get all your outstanding royalties paid in, and then you can probably go ahead and close your account. That's what basically I would do. So I would just remove my books first from circulation, and then, of course, collect my outstanding royalties, and then close my account. So that is going to be available to everyone who's a part of Speedy Publishing Co. So we don't hold anyone literally hostage in the system. Okay. Okay, is there going to be a collaborative process that you will be discussing promotions, etc., with the author? So we are kept in the loop as to what is going on, what kind of reports will be available, and is there an account manager who will liaise with the author? Okay, so here's the particular issue. In terms of doing that, we are not typically the type of vanity publisher that you would think of. We can't provide an exact report in terms of what traction would really happen. We kind of try and think of, more importantly, the moose, the real nitty-gritty, as we would call it, you know, in the real world. What is the return that you're seeing? How much money are you making, and what's the total number of sales? Because that will be at the end of the day. Now, we don't mind collaborating, with the author. We have no problem in doing that, right? And again, we do have publishing consultants who are assigned to imprints. So if your book is with a particular imprint, then there is that particular publishing consultant. Now, if you call in and you speak to that particular pub consultant, then that publishing consultant can tell you exactly what's going on with your book and where exactly your book is in terms of discovery and the entire process. They can tell you that because that information is available to them very quickly at the push of a button. In terms of making that information available to our authors in that particular way, we don't have a system that will be able to do that, because you can know, first of all, immediately, your press releases are going out. You can see, you can search for your title at any particular point in time on Google, anywhere else, and you can see exactly where your titles are being held in terms of press releases, different types of promotions, where your books are in terms of which retailers have taken up your particular books. We do that intermittently. So we know that if we look on week 1, we know that 10 or 15 of these particular retailers have your books. Those are the 10 or 15 retailers that we're going to be working with in terms of press releases, in terms of different things, in terms of adding your book to Goodreads and putting out that overall discovery, that discovery plan that we have for each particular book. So in terms of trying to report that individually to every single author, it's going to be too much of a task. Now, the key here is that because of how we're set up, we're able to push every single book. And that is the critical point. We're able to push every single book in every single imprint on the Speedy Publishing Co. So even though we're unable to kind of give you an exact pinpoint, here is where this is, here is where that is, I encourage you again, test it with 1 or 2 books. See exactly what you're going to get and see exactly how the system is going to work for you. And again, we do one main thing. Every single week, we generate a report in terms of sales. And we generate that report in terms of sales for every single publication. Not just one publication, every publication across the board. So if you're published with us, we can see how many sales you're doing. If your book is not meeting the grade of 100 sales per month or not on course to do that, then we employ other discovery strategies to those particular books to push them, to boost them. That's what we do. So for every single plan that we have from free to top level, everything is geared to the number of sales per title. 100 sales is what we aim for, irregardless whether the book is in our system free or whether the book is in our system across the board in terms of the highest level. So by virtue of the fact that you are in the highest level, there are going to be other strategies that we're employing, which clearly means that you're going to see well above 100 sales. But even if you are free in the system, we have to continue to push that and push discovery. So we want to see, even for those free titles, 100 sales per month. And that's what we're working for, and that's what we do. In terms of being able to report that for every single title, it's definitely something that we would love to do. Possibly, maybe in the future, we could try and engage something like that, but that cannot typically happen right now. Okay. Okay. Regarding audio versions, do we provide the audio version to SpeedyPublishing.co, or does SpeedyPublishing.co do that? No, we won't actually do the audio version. You guys actually have to do that. We're just taking your content. So once you give us your content, we're distributing and marketing that content. So if you want to get someone to do that audio, you could even go to ACX and take another version, or take the non-exclusive option, and then take that audio file that is created and send that to us. So and then we would take that. Of course, as a distribution side of it, we all know that audible.com, which is where the source for ACX is here. AudioGoGo, AudioFile, and I think Audiobooks is also a part of this too. But all of these audio companies are all here, including Apple in terms of iTunes. So if you're pushing out anything that has to do with audio for iTunes, we're going to be able to accommodate that as well. So, but we won't be able to actually create the file for you. We wouldn't be able to do that, sorry. Okay. Okay, so distribute books. And are we talking about video books? Well, yes, and that's the key thing. If you have video books, we want them. As long as those video books can work for the particular publishing platform. So if we have an enhanced, it's called an enhanced book, right? So it has video and audio in there. So if you have an enhanced book, we're going to be able to distribute it for you. So that is one of the key things here. Normally with Amazon, you won't be able to distribute that with your own KDP account. So that's something that you want to look on. So we can actually do that, and I should be able to investigate that if you do have that version, which is just your regular ebook version, and you want to keep that with Amazon, I should be able to investigate if you created that book, which of course would be the same title, if you would be able to push that book through us. I think that could be possible. I think that if you created a book version, you could push that book version through us and still hold your Amazon ebook title. I'm almost sure that that could be done, and I'm going to investigate that, and I'll put the answer out there on the Facebook page. That would basically help everyone understand what's going on there. Okay. Okay, when you refresh your cover, refresh the title or cover and add content and get a new ISBN, do you lose your reviews from the earlier editions? Okay, well, no. That's the thing, because you wouldn't actually get a new ISBN. If you're changing your title, right? If you're changing your title, you can change your title around slightly. You can change your title around slightly. So if you're putting something in there like new for 2013, we would be able to accommodate that change without having to change that particular ISBN. Because what you actually give us is information that is pushed in metadata, right? So if the title is amended a slight bit, it does not necessarily mean that you need to have the ISBN amended. The ISBN can remain the same, but you can slightly amend your title. Now, this might not work for books in print, but I'm almost positive that this works for ebooks and downloaded and digital books. You do not have to actually change that ISBN if you're going to do that. And we wouldn't do it if we were going to do it in that particular way, right? So you don't lose those reviews either. We try and keep that particular book the same. If you change the title and you're on Kobo, you change the cover, what will happen is that we can easily drop Kobo an email and say, Kobo, hey, listen, we've changed this information. And normally what will happen is that the distribution company that engages that particular retailer will push the new information to them, and that information will get updated on their system at the same time. So definitely no need to get a brand new ISBN. Okay, so what about existing books that I have in Amazon only with their ASIN? Can the book be sent to Speedy Publishing Co. If not in KDP Select? Can I still submit to Speedy? Yes, you can, but we would not be able to take that book in, distribute it to Amazon. If you did that, Amazon would remove your book. If you still want to keep your book in KDP on your own, in your own account, then when you're doing your digital submission, do not select Amazon. So that is one of the things that you've got to remember. So the ASIN is typically for Amazon only. They do that check on their own. So it's not really for us. Oh, okay, Larry. Thanks for settling the dust. No problem, man. Okay. Are there any restrictions for non-US authors to submit content to Speedy Publishing Co. in retail channels or formats, audiobook? No. So it doesn't matter where you are. We will take your content. However, as a US-based company, as we mentioned before, we will definitely have to be able to report who we're paying to. Again, we can pay you through PayPal, ACH, direct deposit, or check. So all of those options are available to you. You can choose that in the members area. Once you log in, it will have all your data. So your member account area, you will have all that data that you can add in. So you will be able to put all that information in there, how you want to be paid, put your PayPal address, and we will send that once your royalties are being paid. So no, at the end of the day, you can be in anywhere you want to be. Australia, New Zealand, even. So, so Glennis, no matter where you are, you can actually have that. What we do require, though, at the end of the day is that we have to have some kind of indication where you're actually being paid, what kind of information that who we're actually paying to as a real live individual. And I suggest that using that EIN option is the best way to get that done. We don't want to get in trouble with the IRS, and we want to keep it safe for everybody across the board, both U.S. and non-U.S. members at the same time. Okay, can you go over in summary the metadata? Okay, so we've got training in the members area where we look on metadata. So I'm typing in metadata. So, okay, so members.speedypublishing.com. Okay, so in the members area here, we published in Module 7 an entire lesson on enhanced metadata. It was about 73 minutes. This is key and critical here. So if you gotta get some information here, please, if you want to know about metadata, please come here and watch this video. To reinforce what we said in terms of the importance of metadata, this Nielsen white paper here did a lot because it tells you the link between metadata and sales. Very, very, very important. If you didn't get this before and watch that video, please watch that video because Nielsen BookScan, takes everything into account, right? So if you look on this here, there are 11, required metadata elements to meet the BIC standard. ISBN, title, product form, BIC summary, imprint name, publication date, cover image, at least one supplier name, availability status, GB, retail price, including VAT, and statement of rights relating to the UK. So all of that information is gathered in the metadata that you submit to us, right? And what Nielsen has said, which is very important, and I'll say this, I guess, in summary, is titles that meet the BIC standard see average sales 98% higher than those that don't meet the standard. So across the board, that one key finding, in my opinion, is critical. And just to keep it, just to make sure that you understand here, this came out in January 2012, right? And this document and this white paper is still critical and important to this day. People are referencing this white paper now in May 2013. So this is really important. Nothing has changed. And so what we ensure that we do is that we look on all of this particular metadata here and ensure that we fill in that information when we're pushing our books. Again, we're all about sales, we're all about discovery, so it's important for us to have this knowledge and then to apply it, because Nielsen looks on things in terms of statistics, scientific, in terms of their approach, and they have a lot of empirical evidence to back it up. So we're talking out from our top 100,000 selling titles, we extracted the titles which are identified as being in our outgoing data. So they have a lot of information and sampling data that they've used. So we can follow that, and hence we can look on a much more scientific approach in terms of what it is that we're doing. So again, head over to module, I think it's module 7, the last module in module 7, the last lesson in module 7 to learn more about enhanced metadata and the importance of metadata in terms of profiting. Okay, so if we have books already on Kindle, do we need to unpublish them to come on board? In which case, will the reviews associated with the books be lost? If you have the book in Kindle, it's up to you. You don't have to publish a book in Kindle with us. You can opt out to do it with Amazon and then take all the other distribution channels. But you can't be in KDP Select, right? Because if you are in KDP Select, then it's going to be a problem. So that, of course, would cause an issue. So if you're in Kindle and you're quite comfortable with your book in Kindle, with your reviews and everything like that, and you don't want to lose those, then don't remove them, right? And don't put it. What we do know is that if you push it in simultaneously, what Amazon might do, and we're yet to confirm this, but what Amazon might do is to remove your book, but yet still keep our book. And you might not lose the reviews. But the case in point here is I'm almost sure, because reviews are attached to an ASIN, and you're assigned an ASIN once. So if your ASIN is lost, and that's attached to the particular book itself, then that might cause a problem that you might not be able to do that. So I would advise you, it depends on what it is that you want to achieve. You can, of course, go ahead and publish with us, but you have that option. That choice is yours. Okay. Do I have to wait to do my books through Speedy Publishing until ACX is done? It is taking a long time to get the audio processed for publication on Amazon and iTunes. Okay, so here's the thing. Normally, ACX will take probably like two weeks to 3 weeks to get it pushed to those particular places. Sorry, what we are pretty much aware of is that ACX works directly with these guys, right? So it can be a range of reasons why ACX takes that long. They have never ever been able to explain that to me to this day. They've just said it's a process. Now, if you decide to publish your content with us and not through ACX, please be guided that you have to make sure that you did not sign that exclusive contract with them. If you did sign that exclusive contract with them, then you won't be able to publish your audio content with us, right? So you would have to ask them to remove that, and then of course, though they tell you it's an umpteen number of years, that's kind of like not true, because you can't really take someone's copyright and say you're going to hold it for umpteen amount of years. That really won't work, and I don't think the U.S. government and copyright law would allow you to do that in any event. So what they're basically saying, I know, really wouldn't stand the test in a court of law, basically. Even if they say it, the Copyright Act would take precedent over any contract. So the law itself, as statute, would take precedent over any contract. So you can't write a contract here like, the Merchant of Venice and say, well, I intend to take a pound of flesh. Obviously, it's statute that you can't kill someone, you're going to go to prison. Then clearly, if your contract says a pound of flesh, no court can uphold that, because the statute would take precedent over that. So if you have that copyright and you want to remove that and you say, okay, well, you want to go with someone else, then you have to write to them and tell them that. I think they would probably release you out of that contract and not probably try to hold on to that in any particular way. But if you're doing it, just ensure that you don't have that particular non-exclusive or exclusive, contract with them before you try and remove that from it. Yes, Adrian, they do take a long time to do it. Okay, are libraries included? Do we need a Library of Congress number? Okay, so what we've been doing is that we've been investigating that. Libraries are included, so I'll tell you, and you don't need an LCCN to do that either. Let's take a look on the distribution list. So two of my favorite places, Overdrive and My iLibrary. Two of my favorite libraries. So there you go, those two places. And then of course you've got NetLibrary here. I'm not sure if NetLibrary is related to a library. I know that My iLibrary and Overdrive are the two largest, and those are the two largest places that you want to be a part of, right? So yes, libraries are included in distribution as well. So no need to go down that road. Okay, the website says 4 press releases for the Platinum package, 100 book package. So does this mean 4 press releases for each book? Yes, it does. So if you have one book and we're putting out, sorry, if you have 100 books and you've loaded 100 books in there, we do 4 press releases. Obviously, we won't do those press releases, let me not say simultaneously, because we wouldn't be able to do it simultaneously. We wouldn't be able to say, write one press release for the book today, and then write another press release for the book tomorrow, and then do another press release for the book, the day after. The way how press releases are done, they're geared towards 1, imprints, 2, genres. So when we're putting out that particular book, we're looking on the imprint side more importantly than anything else. So we want to push that imprint along with your content. And we're doing that using places like PR Buzz, PR Web, PR Buzz, SBYO, and PR Web. So if you're in a top tier level and you're putting out 100 books, or you're on that particular membership plan, we're talking about you're getting the whole shebang. If you have 10 books in there, all 10 books are going to be doing very, very well. I can put that out there so you would understand. If you look on an option, and I did this in the last webinar, if we looked on a company like Simon and Schuster, and we looked on something like Simon and Schuster, and I'm going to go to the .com version, and we're looking on a book. No, I'm not going to use Glenn Beck as an option. I'll look on new releases then, so to speak, because new releases take into account not just everyone, they take into account authors that we're not very, very familiar with, right? So as you can see here, they have all these different categories. So we can look on something like self-help. So let's click on that to see what's happening out there. So here's one that is Relentless. So let's look on this book here. Let's see what this book is all about. Okay, so here is Relentless, and this was published in April of this year, right? And it's from Tim Grover, no, with Shari Wenk. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing those names correctly, but From Good to Great to Unstoppable, right? And Simon & Schuster has put out this book, 26 bucks in terms of a list price, which I think is typically high. To me, that's pretty high. But what's the first thing that you're going to see here? Amazon.com, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, IndieBound, Bookish. These are the places that they're publishing. So let's go ahead and have a look and see exactly how this book is particularly doing. Okay, so already the book is on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Google Books, Chapters, Facebook, Publishers Weekly, Book Depository, Scribd, Anderson Bookshop. Here you've got Twitter, right? Let's continue looking here. For Shared, Walmart.com, Bookado, Amazon, Powell's. You name it, your book is going to be out there. So it's not the case where we're thinking about, okay, a particular book, you put a book, content out there, and that content sits there. This is what publishing companies do. And as you can see, the main thing is distribution. This is where Simon & Schuster is putting all their books out. If we click on see more, where their books go, you're going to see this entire list of retailers. Now, how do we get our books into these retailers? How do we engage these particular retailers? It's through a solid distribution channel. And once we get those books there, and then we can engage everyone everywhere, you don't know if someone sees a press release that we sent out, last week that might appear on a page that they went to when they looked for a particular search term, and then they walked into Walmart and saw the book. And then they buy it. And then they're incensed to come somewhere to Amazon to leave a review. Or they might go to Innswood Books or IndieBound or, Bookloft or wherever. Any one of these places, the Diesel Bookstore, Overstock.com, Octavia Books, Oblong Books, all of these places are options for us to place our books in. Now, if you still think that of all of these places here, that Amazon, the only way that you can make money is with Amazon, you are sorely mistaken. You are sorely mistaken. The key is discovery. The key is getting your title discovered. It doesn't matter if you're on Amazon, because there are, for months, Macmillan withdrew their titles from Amazon. Did it mean that their books were not selling? No. Did it mean that their books were not profitable? No. It just meant that they were willing to forego their content on Amazon. And the key thing here is that Amazon was forced by these companies to accept the agency model that allowed them to set the price. Amazon never wanted to do that, but when those companies said, okay, well, if you don't give us the agency model, we will not be publishing with Amazon. And Amazon had to fold on that. Amazon had to give those companies the agency model. So we know at the end of the day that it is the quantity and quality of the content that really counts, but these companies are not publishing alone with Amazon, and they were willing to walk away. They were willing to walk away from Amazon. So that tells us something. Amazon is not the only source of sales. And all of these places can generate strong sales as well. And that's something that you definitely want to understand and work with. For sure, at the end of the day, we put out press releases, and that press release goes out for every single book, right? So you get 4 press releases, and those press releases go out for each particular book. And we do that intermittently. At any given point in time, we can send out up to 30 or 40 press releases in one day. And that's across the board for a company. And we've put things in place to make sure that we're going to be able to do that. So at the end of the day, again, the barometer for success is sales. And how many sales and the overall revenue that you're getting from your books. Okay, how do we get paid? And how do we audit our sales? Okay, so basically what happens is that for every single title that comes in, right, we take that payment over from the retailer. Now, we create your own sales report and give you that particular sales report. But if you want further clarification, we can give you the raw data report. We just have to block out all the other information with the exception of your book, of course, right? So you'll have that particular option, but we create that particular data for ourselves to handle our payment processing, and we pass that information over to you. So once you have that data in front of your hand, it's going to be in your sales report data. That's going to come in a PDF. You'll be able to see your title, how many sales you had, whether it's for digital sales, whether it's for publication, and then you're going to see our 15% being taken from that and the net amount that you are going to collect. And if you request it to be paid in PayPal, then you're going to be paid in PayPal. If you request it to be paid in ACH or direct deposit, you're going to be paid in that particular manner. Now, if at the end of the day, the way it would work is for all sales that came in for January, between January 1 and January 30, January 30, 2013, all the sales that were in that particular period would be compiled and finally put out in terms of a final report by February 15, thereabouts. So anywhere between February 15 and February 20, by that particular time, you will have that final report, right? Because you have to remember that there are many, many, many retailers. It's not just 1 or 2 or 10. It's a lot of retailers. So it takes a while to pull in all of that data. So once we pull in all that data and put it together, then you'll be able to download that report from your particular book. Then by the end of that month of February, between the 25th to the end of the month, you will be paid for your January sales. So we don't need to hold on to your money for 60 days. And therein is one of the differences, because when you have a publisher account, you're not paid in the same way that you're paid with other particular, let's say the Kindle account, where you're paid, like 2 months in the back. That really doesn't mean anything, right? So it's a much different process in terms of how it works. So we're able to meet that earlier sale with our members. So that typically works well for us. So and you're paid anyway that we have PayPal, ACH, / direct deposit, and of course snail mail check. So once you have your address that is correct with us, you can also choose or opt for FedEx. We can do the FedEx option as well, and we can go ahead and send that over to you in terms of your tracking number that you can see, so that you can actually watch and see exactly where your check is until it reaches your door. So that is something that also works for us. So you can be paid by check, direct deposit, or you can be paid via PayPal. Right? So those are the different options that you have that you can be paid by. Okay, how do we go about promoting our books if we want to use blogs, press releases, YouTube? Can we do this so that we get the maximum sales? No doubt. We, of course, I mean, if you want to publish your own, if you want to promote your own books, then no doubt, go ahead and promote them. We're doing as much promotion as we can. Clearly, there will be times when there's going to be an overlap. We use a lot of different methods, some more proprietary than others. Some that you would, if you're in any kind of marketing, you would probably be cognizant of. So we don't mind you doing that. We encourage that. Promote your books. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we're going to have some overlap. We don't mind. The more sales that you get, it's better for you. It's better for the system. It adds more credence and proof to the system that it works for everyone. And we encourage that. We encourage you to do that as well. Got you. Okay, thank you. No problem, Kat. Colin, once a book is published with Speedy Publishing Co., is it there forever from that point forward? Yes, it is. Okay, so we have a repository that we work with. That book remains in that repository until you say when. If you decide to delete the book from your system in your members area, once you delete that book, then what will happen is that it will trigger something in our admin interface. We will then move as an administrator, we'll then be able to go in and delete that particular book from our system. And then once we've deleted that from our distribution partner, what will end up happening in turn is that your book will now appear on your side as approved, but not distributed. Then at that particular stage, you're going to be able to delete that particular book from our system overall, so that you will be the only one with the raw data on your system anywhere else that you decide to have that. So your book will remain with us until you decide to remove it. You can go ahead and delete it at any particular point in time that you feel like. So that is key and critical. Okay. Do we set our own imprints? Is that our company names? Okay. So actually, no. Becky, we have our own imprints, and the imprints are based on genre. So if we've got children's books, and I don't want to give away the imprints just yet, but if we have children's books that we're publishing, we've got our own children's books imprint. We have our own fiction romance imprint. We have our own deep erotica imprint. We have our own nonfiction health imprint. We have our own nonfiction self-help imprint. So as you can see, if we wanted to look back on PubEasy, if PubEasy would give you any idea of how this actually works, let's take a look on the affiliate list here, and let's look on a much more popular one, or let's look on a company that we just looked on a while ago, Simon & Schuster. Okay, All of these here are imprints for Simon and Schuster. Simon and Schuster is a big publishing company, and as you can see here, these are all of their imprints. All of these. And one of the things that is very interesting is that Harlequin, many people know of this company, but they think that Harlequin is a standalone organization different from Simon & Schuster. It's not. It's an imprint of this particular primary company. So the imprint really and truly kind of indicates the type of content that you expect from that particular imprint. So what we do is that we segment our primary company, which is Speedy Publishing LLC, into several different imprints, and we have a lot of them, right? So it depends on the niche that we have. Now, for larger companies, as we mentioned before, enterprise companies. So let's say, Becky, that you become enterprise. Let's say you decide to say, okay, well, Colin, listen, I'm going to put out 24 books for a 1 year period. It's going to be a heavy investment for me. It's really, really quality content. And you decide to come to us. We encourage everyone to come through what is known as Publish Direct. Come to us through Publish Direct first. Let's have a look on what it is that you have. If your content is strong and we can put your content out there in strategic partnerships, we will be willing to give you an entire imprint of your own. So we can segment our company in any particular way to give you an imprint of your own. There is a lot going on in the back end of Speedy Publishing that, again, will be revealed depending on the level that you are at and where you actually want to be and where you want to take your business. We accommodate this for authors. So if you had your own company and you wanted your own imprint, we can assign that block and create that very own imprint for you. We can do that. So it's not that you have to definitely be a part of this. You could be a part of that imprint, but depending on where you want to take your business and where you discuss that with us, we're able to grow with you. And we're able to take you to that next level. So if your imprint, if you have a particular plan, you put a particular plan in motion, you want to get to a particular point over a particular period of time, Speedy Publishing Co. is here to help you. We have enough knowledge of the market that we're able to take your existing imprint and put it under our wing or under our company and have it grow as much as you can possibly have it grow. And then we can, of course, allow you to take your imprint if you want to go somewhere else and put it under your own limited liability company. The key thing here is the content. And as long as you have your content with us, we're able to work with you, because that's the bottom line. We have a plan to try and get to 1 million books by a particular time, making us the strongest or the largest indie publishing company that's out there. And getting to 1 million books is very, very doable in my opinion. And we will get to that particular point at some time. There are going to be bumps, there are going to be hurdles, but we're going to be able to work with our authors, and the most important thing is profitability and getting our authors and their titles discovered. So we're willing to do that. So Becky, if you have a particular plan, again, I'm always reachable. Drop me an email, and we can discuss it exactly where it is that you would want to go if you want to push that particular imprint. An imprint is just basically under a particular larger company that you're assigned a block of ISBNs, and then you can take it from there. And that's something that's very, very doable on our side of the world. So if you have an imprint that you definitely do want to push, let's look on it and see exactly where that imprint can go and what is your overall plan. And of course, the level of stick-to-itiveness is going to play out at the end of the day. So once you can stick to that particular plan, we can pretty much guarantee that you'll have that particular level of success. We looked on that particular book that we saw earlier. I think, let's see it here, which is Relentless, From Good to Great, Unstoppable. The actual add to cart price is $26. If we were to go to Amazon, in fact, let's head to #1 page here. what I like to look on. So, okay, so the list price here is 26. They're selling it for Canadian 18.80, and they've got it in Kindle and hardcover. Okay, so let me ask you a question. We all know what a Kindle best-selling rank is, right? But do we know what a paperback book best-selling rank is? This is phenomenal. And one of the funny things is that I know Adrian, and I know, a couple of our members publish stuff that have to do with baseball and basketball and sports and stuff like that. While it might be in the children's realm, these things are definitely, saleable. These things will work for you. And this is the hardcover version. And it's being sold at, it has a 10,000, this is phenomenal for a book. It's phenomenal. And if I was to click on the Kindle edition, and let's see how well that's going. Okay. So customers review this, Jump Attack. Let's see when this went out. April 16, 2013. And it's number one in the Kindle store in basketball, and has a Amazon bestsellers rank of 5626. And as you can see here, probably, I'm not sure what's going on here, but Tim Grover is the master of mental toughness, blah, 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 Sun Centennial. I consider Tim Grover one of the best in sports training, blah, blah, blah. This is all great. And it's coming through Scribner for Simon & Schuster. These are good figures. And more importantly, what are we looking on here is the price was set by the publisher. So Simon & Schuster said, do not sell this book for less than $14.99. Right? They set that price themselves. Right? And this has no reviews, no likes. But yet it has an Amazon bestseller rank of 5626. This is based on discovery. And people coming here, they're not even looking for a product description or a product review. They're just coming here to find the book and to buy it because they're Amazon customers. So that is something that we want to definitely look on. You want to be in that particular type of situation or scenario because you don't have to be, there to be the number one particular book. And this is just released. This is just released. And this is simple content, in my opinion. This is everyday content. This is everyday content. I guess he has a Kobe Bryant, that's Kobe Bryant saying, yeah, he's a good author. And I guess at the end of the day, this can help. All of this helps. But the main thing is the distribution. That's the main thing. Is he selling on Kobo? Yes, I think he is. And if we were to go back to Google.com and we were to look for Relentless, and we were to go Relentless book, Tim Grover, here we go, and we wanted to find stuff like this, I'm going to go with the .com version. Let's go with google.com. So it's not allowing me to do that, but I can guarantee you that there are going to be ads that fit this particular book, that there are going to be companies that are basically promoting this book and using Google AdWords to do it. There's no doubt in my mind that that is going to be an option that maintains. So that in and of itself should basically give you an idea how important, how critical it is to kind of set up your own particular system to get your books pushed out there. Because you can create a Tim Grover for yourself. So that is critical and very, very important. Okay, what a price. I guess there is no rhyme nor reason for some of the pricing. This looks more like a library might pay for a book. Any idea why there can be such a difference? Sometimes there are books on Amazon that usually for anywhere $9.99 to $60 or $100, same book, different prices come from resellers, usually used. Okay, so here's the key thing. Anyone can put their particular book up in terms of any particular price if Amazon allows it. But Amazon makes it clear that they are a market leader. So what they will do is that they will tell you that the price was set by the publisher, right? Ridiculous as it is, $26 for a particular book is the same price that I am still to this day compelled by iUniverse to sell my Jamaican Cooking Made Easy book. And my next book that is coming on the back of Jamaican Cooking Made Easy won't be published through anywhere like iUniverse. But I keep my book with iUniverse for a couple of reasons. Because it allows me to help others understand the viciousness of the industry. The viciousness that had me sitting down for months to create that particular bit of content, to get in recipes from people all over the island of Jamaica, making it very, very unique. And it took me a very long time to do this. And they restricted the number of images I had. They restricted a lot of stuff. We don't have those. We don't have those restrictions with Kindle Publishing. I won't tell with SpeedyPublishing.co. I won't tell you you need to have only 10 images in your book. I won't be telling you that you need to have 5 images in your book. That doesn't matter to us. What matters to us is that your content is unique. And what matters to us is that your content is not explicit in terms of certain things, and that your content is unique and quality. That's what really matters to us at the end of the day, because that will help us sell your book. And that is the most important thing at the end of the day. So I keep my book with iUniverse as a reminder of what not to ever do. And I still do good sales. But it allows me to show members how terrible and how vicious the market is. They took hundreds of dollars from me, hundreds, and never helped me an iota in terms of marketing that book. I had to do every bit of marketing on that book myself, every bit. They didn't help. And if I wanted help, it came at a price of thousands of dollars. And they weren't early to tell me, because I'll tell you off the bat, do not try and market a particular book that will not do well in that particular genre. Don't spend $10,000 to market a book about monkey underwear when there are only 10 people who are interested in monkey underwear. You're clearly not going to see a return on your investment. Don't do it. You're going to be in the red at all times. So the idea here is that market to the individuals who want to be marketed to, and spend the money to get to those particular individuals who are going to buy. Don't spend, all your time putting out videos and putting out. How responsive is the market to videos? Has it been proven that the market is responsive to videos? Right? It's not. Is your book more based on touch and feel in terms of a particular type of niche or genre? What are you really trying to sell? How does your content and your marketing connect with a potential buyer? If you are not sensitive to this, then you're not going to be able to put together something that's strong. What we at SpeedyPublishing.co do is that we look on that kind of trend. We look on what we like to call at times sectorial or industrial analysis, where we would look on something that has to do with the romance industry in terms of publishing. And how is that going? 10 years ago or 20 years ago, if anyone might remember here, I know everyone is extremely young, but does anyone remember Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys and how popular those books were? Nancy Drew was, it. And this started the whole idea of the young adult. This was where it was at. This was the key to publishing. And that has catapulted into, the last couple of years with Harry Potter and those kind of things. But then you have other types of publications in different things. Things like Shane, Westerns. In the very, very early days, we already knew that young adults young adult content was poised. Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn as a prime example. But then how popular is romance? No, we have things like Twilight, which is vampirical romance, which is way above the ordinary, and very, very strange, to say the least. But someone like E.L. James was able to take that and to turn that entire idea by adding another genre of eroticism to it, and blew up with 50 Shades of Grey. And I think that 50 Shades of Grey will be on everyone's tongue for at least another year, because of a movie deal that is clearly pending. So the reality here is there's simple ways to get it right, and there are a lot of ways to get it wrong. Sorry. So we want to make sure that we get it right. And we try to do that at Speedy Publishing, not by just saying, well, will a book trailer work? Will this work? Will that work? We have to see scientific evidence of that. And it's not that we're not original. We do think of a lot of stuff, but can we bring that to the fore if we don't test it? We have to test it on something. We have to have some kind of empirical evidence that this works before we start applying it to everything else. Because it's not just about book trailers working. It's about, does book trailers work in this particular niche? That's the key, what you want to look on. So that's how we feel about that, with respect to, what takes place in terms of pricing and everything else that these guys do. They do whatever they basically feel like in terms of pricing. And yes, it definitely does look like a library price, that's for sure. Okay, do we need to get back cover done for Speedy Books that came without ones for SpeedyCo? Okay, so what we're basically doing is that we're launching a service known as eBook Cover Factory in a couple of weeks. Yes, if you had a Speedy book that was done, you would have gotten what is known as the Create Space cover, which would have been US trade paperback. So when you log into the system, you will be able to go ahead and upload that paperback cover art. So you just hit this button here, choose a file, upload it, and then it will be uploaded to our system. It will fit in your repository, and we will be able to, of course, take that content and carry that over to our members, to our distribution partners. So that is typically quite easy, not very difficult to be done. So Larry, you should have that Speedy book, your Speedy book paperback cover. Okay, can a book be removed from any time at Speedy Publishing? Of course, not a problem. You can do that quite easily, Elizabeth. Just go ahead, hit the delete button. Once you delete that particular book, if the book is already in circulation, as in with retailers, we will have to then remove the book from our distribution partner, who will then, of course, engage the retailers and tell the retailers to pull those books down. Once that's done and it's removed from our distribution partner, then we will come back and the book will appear as approved in your book in your managed books area. Then you can go ahead and delete that book, as well as you'll be able to resubmit that book or resubmit it again if you would prefer to do that. So that is basically up to you. So if you want to pull down the book for a time, you can. If not, then you don't have to. That choice is definitely yours. Am I breaking up here? I'm so sorry, Glennis. I'm not sure what's happening. Our connection is pretty good where I am. I can basically see everyone. Okay, what if I create a series of books as a brand, then sell my rights, including the brand? Does my relationship with Speedy Publishing get released without issue? That is for sure. If you create a series and you have that book, remember that Speedy Publishing is really and truly just a partner to promote your book and distribute your book. That's what we're doing. It's really and truly a service that was built for SpeedyPublishing.com members. If it wasn't, and it was something that was totally different, I would never have given it the name SpeedyPublishing.co. So it's for our members primarily. It's for authors primarily. We don't have any intention to place any kind of stranglehold on the content that you create. That's not our purpose. Our purpose is to help you sell more books as part of our ecosystem. And that's what basically we're doing. So if you at any point in time want to remove your content, that is absolutely fine. You can remove your content at will. That is perfect. That's absolutely fine if you want to go ahead and do that. And it can be released. As we mentioned before, hit the delete button. We'll take it down for more retailers. Then it will be appear as approved in your system. Then you can delete it from that system at that particular point in time. And then it will take it out of our database. So we will have no content being held for you at that particular point in time. So there'll be no book. So without any book, then we would have that particular agreement. So your contractual agreement is only based on the books that you have live with us. If you don't have a book live with us, then you can't be held to that particular contractual agreement. So that's basically how that actually works for us. Okay, so we take a percentage of each book and BookBaby does not. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Because while BookBaby charges you $125 or $99 or whatever they want to charge you to publish that book, and it's a one-time cost, I'm not really sure what BookBaby is actually allowing you to do. If it's just for the cost of putting it out there and you have to do your own discovery, then I guess you have to do your own discovery. But I wouldn't be paying $125. If I'm a Speedy Publishing member, I would probably end up paying $50 a month. And if I decide to pay $50 a month, then I know if I'm getting $1,000 in return every single month for my books that are being published, then I think I would probably stick with it. It's just what happens at the end of the day, because you have to be promoted. If you have your books with the retailers, that will not help you just like that. And I wouldn't be going with BookBaby to publish me to 10 retailers. That's crazy. What we teach at Speedy Publishing, you get to go with 16 retailers. I think Smashwords, in fact, publishes to more retailers than BookBaby, and they're free. So I'm not sure exactly why it would basically be more enticing to actually pay. I'm not really sure. I didn't get BookBaby in January when I met with them and their execs, and I still don't get them today. So if it's definitely something that is still interesting you, you can probably try and test both systems on your own. Okay. Nikos, would you advise us to directly go to Platinum membership to gain full advantage of discovery? Yes, I would. Again, you don't have to have 100 books to be a Platinum member. You can still have 10 books and still be a Platinum member. You have the option of getting out there. But one thing is for certain that we can pretty much guarantee, that as a Speedy Publishing member, that Platinum offer is cut in half. That's the first thing. And secondly, as a Speedy Publishing member, you get the first 30 days free. So again, we wouldn't be taking a dime from you for the first 30 days. So that is going to allow your book to get into the market beforehand, before a dollar is taken. So you'll see the real power of the system at the end of the day. So that is critical and crucial. So again, remember that you get the first 30 days free as a Speedy Publishing member. So that's something that I definitely want to put, out there for everyone. And it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So yes, I do strongly encourage you to take the Platinum membership, even if you have 10 or 15 books. The fact of the matter is it's ROI, and we look on that. If you have 10 books and you are publishing, we look on 100 sales, and let's say that you have 10 books and you're making $200, for each particular book. You're talking about $2,000 at the end of the month. Take away $149 for that, you're still looking on a solid profit. So, and that's with 10 books. And you can just put that with us, and you literally don't have to do anything. So that's one of the reasons why. This is what 12 by 12 basically is kind of built on, where we use that particular system. It's really and truly just that system working for you individually. So yes, I always encourage that. And you still have the option of, it's 30 days without having to pay a dime for it. So you definitely want to take that option up. Okay. So, okay. Boy, your internet is horrible. Your voice is fine a bit and then skips and stutters. I'm not sure why that happens. Oh, wow. I'm on fiber up. So I'm not sure why that's happening, Adrian. Darn it. It's not clear to me yet what percentage goes to the author. Okay, so 85% of the net goes to the author. If you're in Speedy Publishing, Lalane, 85% of the net amount goes to you. With everyone else, 50% goes for ebooks with companies like iUniverse and Random House, not Random House, I think it's Author House. And at the end of the day, for print books, you only get 20%. That is much different across the board. 85% of the net still goes to you, even for print books. So I think we are the lowest in the market right now, and will continue to remain so. Okay, so I'm stuck with KDP until it's done, and then I come to okay, not a problem. What I'm saying is, yeah. Well, if you're stuck in KDP, Adrian, we've got to talk, because there are a couple of things that we want to look on in terms of maximizing what you're doing right now. I know we had discussed that, and I did get your message, and I will be touching base with you before the week is out. So not to worry, you're still doing what you're supposed to be doing. So we just have a couple of things left to do in order to boost sales. So not to worry, Adrian. Don't worry about being there stuck right now. Okay. After we submit our content, Nico says, to SBCO, do we have anything on our side in terms of marketing? What happens with reviews, how we get them, etc., etc. Okay, we take care of all of that. There's nothing that you really have to do. Again, I am still a solid believer, again, of this. Reviews are reviews. The content is what determines the reviews. If you are being discovered, then you're being purchased, you will get reviews. If the content is good, then you'll get good reviews. If the content is less than stellar, then you'll get negative reviews. If we're selling books and we're seeing negative reviews, we're going to be able to check in on that. So I'll give you a pretty good example. If we're tracking, we use a similar tracking to what is here. So we add our content basically here so we can see the book based on anywhere that particular book is, right? So if we're looking for Amazon and whatever the case is going to be, we can track if it's negative reviews, good reviews, poor reviews, bad reviews, we can track it across the board, right? We can't chase down reviews. If a person has left one, then they've left one. But your content will speak up for itself. If the content is good and someone leaves a bad comment, someone will say, I have no idea what this person is talking about. This is an awesome book. Now, again, I've said it, Gone with the Wind has negative reviews. And how crazy is that? So we do everything, Nikos, across the board. So you don't worry about that particular part of it. We are not worried about reviews. Concentrate on the quality of your content. We concentrate on the distribution. And finally, we concentrate on the discovery. With those three things in place, you don't have to consider or worry about reviews. If your content is high quality, and that's on you to make sure that happens, we do everything else. You don't have to do anything or have any input in it whatsoever. So your main aim is creating quality content. Okay, when are you having a Speedy conference? How about a Speedy cruise in 2014? Okay, Elizabeth. So we'll be at You Publish You, which is on the Saturday for the book expo. And we'll be there rubbing shoulders with the guys from KDP. We chose not to have a booth. We were hemming and hawing about that, but I did not want to do that until we were strong enough to really and truly show our force. We showed our force at Digital Book World because of the numbers of individuals that we had. That gave us a leg up in terms of a lot of things and getting a lot of information that would have been previously closed off if we at the time we never had 450 people strong in speedypublishing.com. Now we've got more people than 400 plus. But now we're going to be able to really and truly put our best foot forward in terms of the type of content that we're publishing, and to really become a force in the market, and to give back more to the author and to the person who is really and truly creating that asset. And I know that at that particular point in time, we're going to be disrupting the market, because a lot of people don't publish because they know what maintains at the end of the day. They know that they're not going to be able to get the majority of their content, or they're going to have to spend a very big chunk of what they're earning in order to market their book. We don't want that to be the case. So in 2014, we're more looking for BEA 2014 to definitely showcase a lot of the books that you guys will be putting out. We know that there are several conferences going down towards the end of the year, and we've already contacted a lot of those organizers. So a lot of the books that we have that people come through with us, either through Publish Direct or just individual books that people have with us, we'll be showcasing a lot of those books. And I can guarantee you pretty much that we are working with one particular company right now to ensure that we build a couple of bestsellers. So we definitely want to get those bestsellers under our belt, so that we can really and truly, people can really and truly look on speedypublishing.co or Speedy Publishing LLC and whatever imprint that has that particular bestseller, and take notice and begin to take our content and our books seriously, because that will open us up to a lot more in terms of retailers and having a lot more pull with the retailers to promote our books going forward. And of course, I Just Read It is going to be very, very big. So that is going to be massive. So that will be a game changer for sure for our book members as well. So that is definitely awesome. So there's a lot to go on. So I guess we can probably have a cruise. I'd probably say the end of 2014, thereabouts. Anything to get me out of the cold in 2014 and not have to go through another winter in Nova Scotia. That is for sure. Okay. Okay, how will you work with the authors who write on nom de plume? Okay, so if that is the case, what you want to do is that we would probably want to take you basically through Publish Direct. So we would want to have you as that particular person who works directly with that publishing consultant. So we wouldn't want to basically have you in a particular situation where you would be trying to do it on your own, so to speak, and market on your, publish on your own, even in that particular manner. I would probably want to work with you in a particular way that we're working directly. You're working directly with a publishing consultant, because that is a very, very ticklish thing. We don't want to tarnish that particular publisher's name or the author's name in any way. That is a problem that I think you would definitely want to work with a publishing consultant directly, and we'll accommodate that. So we do have a toll-free number. So at that particular stage, once we go live on Monday, you'll be able to call anyone at that publishing at that toll-free number to get any other questions answered, and of course to speak directly with a publishing consultant at that particular point in time who is going to be able to help you. Of course, I'll be on hand, as well as 2 other publishing consultants and or general help. So we might have to return the call if we're really bogged down, but we will return the call, because for the entire week of this week, we'll be getting everyone sensitized into speedypublishing.co. Okie dokie. Is that a separate account? No, well, no, typically not really. What we want to do is definitely just work directly with you to ensure that we get the highest level of support in for your particular book on a whole. So so let me basically say that I think Tom Clancy is not really Tom Clancy, that kind of thing. So Tom Clancy is more a brand, but that was the basis of how Tom Clancy was created. Or even Wes Craven, I'm almost sure, that all of those different popular author names now are typically brands and not typically, I would probably say, an individual, so to speak. So we've looked on that constantly. So that is what, it's not really typically a different account. You would just be able to go ahead and work with our publishing consultant to ensure that you protect that particular name. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, can we make changes to our manuscript or metadata once we submit to SpeedyCo? That is for sure. Of course, you can. So you move from in 3 stages in speedypublishing.co. The first stage, is you're going to move from incomplete, which is once you click on the ad book section, you're going to have your ad book. So you're going to move into incomplete, and then once you've added all of the necessaries, you're going to move into pending. When you submit your book to be pending, you can't change the data, right? Within 12 to 24 hours, our publishing consultant will be able to review the book that you've submitted and then approve it. If we can't approve it, then it will remain in pending, or it will go back to incomplete, and then you can make changes if we see that there is something wrong. So typically, we don't really want to check on the spelling of your book or the spelling on your metadata, but we will help you with that if our publishing consultant spots something. So we will make those particular changes for you. We will indicate those changes and ask you to make them, so it will go back to incomplete. If we approve your book, then your book now goes into the approved status and it will show up as approved. If it is approved, what you will basically end up doing is that you'll go into the digital submission or the physical book submission. At that particular stage, you will choose what is known as your worldwide distribution rights, if you have distribution rights globally, or you want to select a particular region, whether it's, or country that you have distribution rights for, or this is the only place you want to distribute your book. So you can select that. No, one of the things that you have to remember is that if you select a particular location, you will only be able to place your books. You won't get the full distribution. So what I like to say is always select all for worldwide distribution rights. Once you've done that, then you have the option now to choose which retailers you want to put your book through. So you'll be able to push your book through the retailer. If it's Amazon, if it's Apple, if it's Barnes & Noble, you can select all, and if you have your books on Kindle, you can uncheck the Kindle box or the Amazon box. If you have your books in Barnes & Noble and you don't want to have your books in, uncheck the Barnes & Noble box, right? So you have that option of doing that. Now, if you want to make changes, all you've got to do is to, of course, go ahead and click on the edit button. What it will do is that it will indicate to us that your book is pending. Now, if you click on that edit button, we won't make those changes until your book is reapproved. So it will move back from pending. Once you hit edit, it's going to go into pending. You head back into pending, and then it will come back and say once it comes back, it will actually say at that particular point in time, it will move back into incomplete, and then you can make whatever changes you want to make. And then once you've made whatever changes that you want to make, you hit submit again, and then it goes back into pending. We check it, and if we approve it, then it's going to go directly into distribution. So we've already approved it already, so it already has an ISBN that has been assigned. Once that happens, we'll push that change over to our distribution partner. And then that distribution partner will push the changes over to the retailers. And of course, it will take a couple of days in order for the retailers to update their system. So you'll see that there. So you can edit it at any particular point in time. Again, we'll have all that documentation for you. It will simply be explained in the members area once you log in. Okie dokie. Kaonikas. How do we sign up? Sign up. None of the sign up links work in SpeedyPub. No, Larry. We go live on May 6th, which is Monday. So those buttons, the ones that you're seeing here, Let me just head over there, Larry, so you can see. The ones that we're seeing here, and you've got to remember that we are not, I want to see if this is still giving me that option here, plans, pricing, Speedy Publishing members. I'm not sure why this is blocked out here. I'm going to check that out. But Speedy Publishing members, these are not going to be available. The links for Speedy Publishing members, when you click this link here on the site, and this will be live later today. I'm going to check it immediately once we're done with this webinar. But those buttons that are going to be on that page for Speedy Publishing members are going to be live. We don't take everyone in just yet. And of course, Speedy Publishing members have a 30-day, you don't pay for the first 30 days. So the first 30 days, while you're submitting and adding your content to us, are absolutely free. So on May 6th, Larry, you should be able to come here, hit this button, and then you're going to be able to click these order now links. So basically get your metadata together, get all your metadata together, get ready to submit it, and then hit your digital submission, and then your books will be away. And then you're going to start to see some solid sales coming in. So get ready for that. Okay. Okay. What is the total number of retail channels in your distribution network? Okay, Paul. So the total number of retail channels is approximately about 220. Now, that being said, let's take a quick look on PubEasy. And this is one of the things that we want everyone to understand. If we head to PubEasy and we go back, let's head to PubEasy again so that everyone kind of fully understands what's really happening here. It's not about, and I'm going to say this and I'll make this clear, it's not about just the retailer that you're out there, right? Because engaging with retailers is one thing, but you have to engage with the consumer. The consumer is really and truly where your bread and butter lies. If you engage with the retailer, for instance, if you're publishing a paperback book, you engage with the retailer orders 100 books, and those books don't sell, and they end up returning those books, it ends up as a negative on your account, and your account will be debited for it, because you can't actually on-print a book. And we spoke about this in the members area in terms of how the wholesale model works. So that's something for you to look out on. So it's not really in your best interest as a publishing company to typically engage the retailer. The retailer is someone who makes it available to the consumer. So the more retailers that have the access to your book is the better off you are. So what we basically do is that we target discovery for the consumer. That's why we work with services and technology like I just read it. That's why we work with press releases. That's why we work with social media and Goodreads, because those are the consumers. They're the ones who are going to purchase your book. They're the ones that we want to engage. If we're doing, in order to get to the consumer, that consumer who might be a Kobo user, or that consumer who might be a Kindle user, or an Apple iPad user, or a Nook user, or just a regular PC user, the reality here is that any one of these users can be tied into a particular retailer. So the case in point here is that we need to be with a distributor who can reach all the retailers that are out there. And through our own book discovery methods, we will be able to engage that retailer to take our books. But more importantly, we don't want our books to be languishing in a retail store and not being sold. Getting them out there is not just the overall plan. We have to get them moving off the shelf. And the only way to do that is with proper marketing. All right? So at the end of the day, it's the total number of retailers that are there that are in that are accessible through our distribution channels is well over 200. And we engage every single one of them. So that is key and critical. And we continue to push those limits to ensure that we can sell and sell more. And that's very, very, very important. So again, to bring us back to PubEasy, engaging with PubEasy makes us available to 8,500 registered booksellers across the world. That's what you want. That's the reach that you want. These are booksellers globally. So 8,500 is a lot of booksellers. That's my feeling. So being a part of PubEasy was a no-brainer for us, and that was key and critical. So while similarly it works the very same way with PubEasy, we still are able to do a lot of stuff through Ingram and both particular sides. So again, it's very, very important. And I mean, Ingram itself is the largest across the board, but being with every single thing will help in terms of being able to sell and promote your content. So retailers are one thing. The overall idea is to push in order to profit. Okay. Can you explain how reporting will be done, please? Okay, Glennis, the way how reporting is basically done is that all we basically do is that we give you a typical the name in a PDF file. You get the name of your book. We give you whether it's paperback or it's digital, the total number of sales for that particular title, in terms of the gross revenue, and then we look on exactly what our commission is, or sale, or 15% charge is, and then we give you the net amount, and we tabulate that per title. So that's based on every single title across the board. So that's basically what we would actually be giving you at the end of the day. And that's a simple spreadsheet. Now, if you want to audit that or you want to check that out, we can give you a listing of the entire spreadsheet that comes in per retailers. But what we would do is that we would block out everyone else's books, because we want to be as transparent as we can be. I mean, that's very important to us. Without transparency, then there's no trust at the end of the day, and it's going to sour our working relationship. We don't want that to be the case. So we want to be as transparent as possible. We don't want to tell you, well, if you don't believe us, then take a hike. The reality is that we want to make you as very comfortable as possible. That being said, we don't want to breed that kind of, distrust, so we will give you what it is that you need in terms to see those live reports coming back from our retailers to show you exactly how many sales took place for your particular book in that particular period. No, it's not something that we would do every single month. We would try to accommodate you, but of course at the end of the day it's going to be a strain on our resources, because we go through those particular reports and tabulate it and then check it back, and we audit it ourselves. So we know that we can't have an excess. It's impossible for us to have, let's say, more money than we're supposed to have, because that would basically mean that something would be wrong, right? It would have to have meant that the distributor or the retailer overpaid us. And the key here is, if they overpaid us, they're going to figure it out eventually, and they're going to underpay us for a month coming. And it would just be important for us to say to them, okay, well, look, if you overpaid us, hey, listen, you overpaid us. So on the next one that's coming in, you guys need to, check that out and deduct that. So we would basically hold that in escrow until that particular time comes, and then, of course, we would be able to apportion it for the next month. But there's no way that we should not be fully balanced and balance our books at the end of the month. So that being said, we will provide you with as much information as possible to create that level of transparency for our members. Okay, how do I do an audio of a big fiction book? Okay, so the best way to do that is, I would probably say, find a narrator, a very good narrator who can do that for you. Now, it might cost you a pretty penny. If you do not have the budget for it, then I would say go directly with ACX to find that particular person. and then work with that. You can create your own contract outside of ACX and bring on a narrator and then pay that narrator a commission. Add that narrator to the title and then submit your book on your own. That way you wouldn't have to do that, and you could come through us to basically do that as well. That would be key and critical. So you could do that at the same time. Okay, can a book? Okay, Lalani. Can a book? Oh, Ian. Okay. Okay. Can a book which consists of 2 book manuscripts each, which is in Kindle Select, be published outside of Kindle? No. If any kind of content in Kindle Select should not be published outside of Kindle. Any content. I would not even publish, if I was in Kindle Select, I would not even publish a chapter for free anywhere else. I wouldn't do it. Just because Amazon is fickle. Amazon can do anything at any time. And realistically, you have no recourse. I would not put anything outside that is in Kindle Select anywhere just to protect my account. I wouldn't do that. So I wouldn't advise that, Ian, at all. Do not do it. That's my 2 cents. Okay, my wife has a book published on CreateSpace, but is not a member of 12 by 12. Would she need a separate membership from me to work with SpeedyCo? No. Okay, so I mean, wives are included and husbands are included too. So sure, no problem, bro. That's absolutely fine. If your wife wants to work with us, definitely. That does not. You're welcome to just email the help desk. We'll get her signed up in terms of a login and a username that she can go ahead and access the members area when you are, of course, not around. So so that should basically help you out with that. Okay, I joined Speedy Publishing in 2012. How does this new Speedy Publishing Co. affect my membership? Is this an additional program I must buy? It's actually not a program. It's Judith. It's actually not a program. It's something that will allow you to publish your existing content to other platforms. So what you can do is head over to speedypublishing.co, and you can watch, the first couple of videos. There are 2 videos there. Watch the introductory video on the homepage, and it will kind of give you an example or kind of explain to you exactly what speedypublishing.co is. So it's not really a program, so to speak. We're basically opening up our existing system to publish your content for you and publish your content everywhere for you. So that's basically what we're doing. Okay. So if we use Charles, it says if we use Speedy Publishing Co., can we list our other books that are on other platforms in the book you publish? Well, of course. So for sure. So what you're saying is that you want to be able to add your front list or your back list? Yes. I encourage that. If you say, okay, well, I'm going to keep my 10 books on Speedy Publishing Co., and I'm going to keep my 10 books on Kindle in my own account, and I want to put 1 book with Speedy Publishing Co., and I want to use Speedy Publishing Co. to promote my other 10 books that are alone or exclusive in the Kindle platform. You can. It's not specific to other books. It's specific to that book. So you should actually have added specific content to all your books. That should have been done by now. So you should have books that are related, should have its front matter in there, put in some of your front list, books that you've published within the last year, books that you've published last year, put in your backlist, put it in the back of the book, or you can put even some of your backlist in the front of the book as well. That's also something that you can do if there is space for it after the other influences between both the author, the title, etc., etc. So key point here is that you can do that yourself. There is no doubt in that, right? So so please feel free to add your front list or your back list to the front matter or back matter of the book. Doesn't matter. It's this specific book that we're talking about. So if you're publishing alone, this particular book, not in KDP Select, drop it in with us. You feel free to put in that information in the back matter. In fact, we do encourage you to do that. Okay. If our book is in Kindle and we publish through Speedy Publishing and Amazon, takes your book down, do we lose all the reviews and Speedy shows no reviews to start? Yes, that's probably going to be the case. While I cannot say that for sure, Beth, I can tell you basically it's going to definitely be a challenge at the end of the day, right? Because an ASIN is attached to every single book that comes into Amazon. So if we come in using a totally separate ISBN, a totally separate ASIN, Amazon can actually buy our book at a 45%, at 55% discount, rather than buying it at a 70%, buying it for 70% of the cost from you. Then they are probably going to take our option, and they're probably going to kick out your book at that particular point in time, because we're coming through a publisher, a wholesaler's agreement. So they can pretty much do whatever they want to do in terms of price with the book. So that being said, yes, they will probably do that, and all the reviews that remain will probably go. What we could do is that we're going to try and investigate a particular way. So we're going to talk to the guys, because we do have that option to talk to these guys here and see exactly how that can work in terms of losing the reviews. If it is what it is, it is what it is, if they tell us that. But through discovery, you should be able to get the majority of your reviews back. That is the case. Once sales are going, you should be able to get the majority of your reviews back. So, I mean, again, I wanted to definitely get some clarity on that, if there is a way to do it with Amazon. And I will definitely get a call out to the guys at Amazon to find out if that's possible at all. They might probably tell me no, because reviews are basically attached to an ASIN at the end of the day, and we would have a different ASIN. So again, we would have to discuss that with them and find out exactly how we would work something out based on that particular fact. Okay. Can you have us pay through your bank? Yes, Charles. We work with, our bank is Wells Fargo, NA. So we do have that option to pay you via direct deposit. So that will work. So you can add that information to your desk, to your members area. Once you sign up, you input all of that information, your PayPal, your information in terms of your bank account, routing number, all that information is going to be captured. And you save that in the members area, and then we're able to move from there in terms of when payment is going to go live. Okay. Is it better for me to have an EIN, which I do, or just do this AA and individual? It depends. The choice is really yours. When you are, of course, filing your taxes, that, of course, will play out or play a part. An EIN is an employee identification number. It depends on how you're running your business, how you expense your business. That's what you expense out of your business, how you particularly pay yourself if you are operating from home, if you pay rent, how do you apportion that portion of it to the business, a whole range of things. The best person to answer that, it's not something that would be across the board just for anyone to say use that. I would speak to my accountant to definitely get the heads up with respect to my overall liability with respect to taxes on that. I would definitely want to do that. Okay, is the free month and half price deal always going to be available to Speedy Publishing members? Yes. Because, Glennis, the minute that you start, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a couple of days for your book to go literally live, right? So we want to give you that stretch so that once you're able to see that and then you start to see discovery coming in, then it will become much more clearer to you that you have made the right decision. So Yes, that half price is always going to be available to you that you once you've signed up now, and you get that first month free, and that's across the board. Okay. Okay, Joey. Thank you very much. No problem. Okay. If I want to do that a lot, if I want to do a lot of small how-to books, would I now need to stay above 2,500 words? Yes. Just for the mere fact that you don't want to open a can of worms, that would be trying to run across quicksand. I mean, at some point you're going to sink. You might get a little far, but you're going to sink at some point. Don't do it. We know what Amazon is trying to do in terms of reverting their quality. This is not something new, right? This has been a part of Amazon's overall profile as a company and as an organization from day one. In the initial stages, people were making thousands of dollars in publishing, content to the Kindle that was PLR content. Is it that Amazon didn't know that this information was freely available on the web? That they just fell off the back of the wagon? No. They knew that the information was free on the web. Their overall plan was to get enough content into Kindle that when someone searched for a particular topic, that it would not come up blank, and they would not have 2 pages that appeared, or 2 books that appeared for the search herbal remedies. So they took that into account, right? And they gave people that option. Now, fast forward a couple of years, it's the same thing. Now they've gone on unique content. Now what they want to ensure is that they're trying to weed out the lower quality content. So they're looking on lower quality to mean less than 2,500 words. And they're looking on that. Now, you have to be very careful. If you're going to publish how-to content, I would try and make it at least 5,000 words. I mean, at the very least. Not to say mandatory must be. I mean, 2,500 is typically that spot. If you publish something that's 3,500 words, I'm sure it will be okay. We'll take it in speedypublishing.co. The point is that it's not going to be seen as really strong quality content. And that can, of course, at the end of the day, lead to a problem. If Amazon decides not to, because Amazon can just remove your title, right? They can just remove it. Even through us, they can just remove the book. And then we'd have to find out from them, okay, well, they're retailers. We're pushing the book there. They just choose not to retail your book. And that is their prerogative as the retailer. They can just choose not to do it. So if you have a book that's 2,000 words and it comes into them, they're going to say, well, no, I don't think so. We're not going to be retailing this book at all. And that's the typical thing that can actually happen. So you want to keep your book, as high quality as possible and not fall into that particular problem. Okay. Colin, which module is the EIN tax info on? Wow. Okay. Let's head into the members area. Okay. Getting started. I think it's either between 1.1 and 1.2, Darren. Right. I think it's either in between 1.1 or 1.2. Okay, no, well, that's the introduction. Let's get started. I know it's not here in getting content, publishing, monetization, promotion, done for you, case studies. Okay, so typically, Darren, I know it's going to be between 1.1 and 1.2, right? So that's about 40 minutes. To make your life a little bit easier, I'm just going to tell you, in order to get that EIN information, very, very simple. All you've got to do is to apply for an EIN over the phone. And it will take you to the IRS website. I'll go ahead and throw that link in the chat right here. Okay, send to all. Okay, great. So I'll throw that in the chat, and what you can basically do here is that you can go ahead and call the IRS, and you can apply for that EIN right over the phone. And they'll give you that EIN right there and then. And you can use that EIN whenever you're ready. And when you're filing your taxes, you use that EIN, please. So very, very simple, not very, very difficult. Quite easy. Wonderful intro and got to run. We'll catch you later. Okay, Sonny. Okay. Thanks a lot, Annie. Okay. How do I do audio for a long fiction book? I don't understand audio. Okay. Audio is pretty simple. It's just someone narrating your book. That's basically what it is. So someone takes your manuscript and then they go ahead and read through that particular book. They will say at times the tone of the voice of the person, the accent, if they're Jamaican, if they're American, if they're Midwestern American, if they're a New Yorker, all of these things come into play. New Yorkers have a distinct accent, that is for sure. Individuals who are from the South Texas have another distinct accent as well. So you can choose exactly who you want to actually narrate your book. And you can put it out there, and you can get someone on Elance to do it, or you can go through directly through somewhere like somewhere similar to acx.com, and you can get that person to narrate your book. So all they're doing is that they're narrating your book. They'll put that in a particular file, and then you take that file and you upload that file to us along with some cover art, right? And what most of the book companies require is that your cover art is about 2,400 by 2,400 in terms of size and pixels. And you can probably engage Gagey Studio, which is one of the popular places that we definitely recommend, especially in our 12 by 12 program. And they're going to be a big part of eBook Cover Factory. So you can get your that particular, well put together cover with Gagey Studio. So that would be perfect for you to get that done in the correct dimensions. Okay. I have less than 10 books to submit initially, but working on more. Can I start with a smaller plan and upgrade later? Oh, for sure. It just depends on what it is that you want to do. Immediately, if you have 10 books, that's a very good start. That's a lot of books. A lot of people don't have 2. Francis, and that's just the reality of it. You've got 10, so you're way ahead of the game. So if you want to start with a much smaller plan, go ahead, get started. The key thing is what you want to see is that when you search for your title will yield hundreds and hundreds of results. And one of the things that I'm really proud of is that we've taken this to a point where we have seen our books live in Walmart. So when someone hits Walmart, someone hit the Walmart website, I got a call that one of the books were live in Walmart, and that was, that was important for me. That told me everything, that mass distribution of your content is the right way to do it. And in talking to people, in talking to the guys who are industry leaders, they've asked us the question, they've said, well, typically you've got Google.com, and so you put your content on Google.com and you make it available for everyone. Does that mean if Google said you can't have your content on Yahoo and you can't have your content on Bing, if that would make sense, or if they said you can't have your content on Facebook and you can't tweet about your content, all that stuff, how exactly would that work? Not because Google, of course, is the most renowned or the most used search engine. That means that you're not getting traffic from places like Yahoo or places like Bing. In my estimation, and I'll let it out so everyone who knows, if you put your content, if you have a website that you're selling a product on in Bing, and you decide to market that content or that particular website, you see better results in terms of sales coming from Bing rather than from Google. And that was an eye-opener for me. So again, it's all about mass distribution and where you want to go. but definitely, Francis, you can start with a smaller plan. Okay, Nikos, are we going to be able to track sales and revenue from our dashboard? No, and there's a simple reason for that. The reason is that it's impossible to aggregate all of that data, in real time. There's no way that we're going to be able to aggregate data from Amazon, Barnes & Noble, all of these places. It's going to be impossible to aggregate that data all in real time. That's not a possible thing to do. And if we were to try and take resources to put into that, then the resources would have to come from somewhere else. I'm typically not going to take resources to try and put into data that I know that comes off from the retailer on a month-by-month basis and try and say to them, retailer, give me this information every minute of the day. And then I try to collate all of that per title, per user. That is going to be definitely too difficult. And literally, in my opinion, more than just a challenge, but almost impossible. And before I would think of taking resources to do that, I would take those resources to market the books to make more sales. Because that's basically what we're doing right now. We're taking all our resources and pushing it in that particular direction. Okay, so Gerald says, if we publish through you, is there still a way to take advantage of Kindle's linking between one's several books in a niche for a promotion? Okay, so I'm not sure what you mean exactly when you say taking advantage of Kindle's linking between one's several books in a niche for promotion. What are we basically asking here, Gerald? Because I'm kind of confused. Are you saying that we're talking about Kindle linking to your paperback, linking to your audiobook? If that is what you're saying, basically, if we push that there and you already have your CreateSpace book, the author remains the same. So if you had a Kindle book that was there before, you decided to remove or delete that Kindle book and remove it from there, what would actually happen is that we would be able to take that part, we would be able to fill that spot. So the only thing that would be necessary is to link that particular book through Author Central. So no, it wouldn't actually change. And in fact, to be honest with you, if your reviews actually came from your paperback book and the Kindle book was removed, when that new Kindle book comes in, those reviews would, of course, migrate to your Kindle book as well, because you already know that when you have reviews, the reviews migrate from your paperback, from your Kindle to paperback to, of course, your audiobook. So that is key and critical to remember. Okay. Oops. Okay. Okay, Judith, I think you asked this question already, or... Okay. But if it's CreateSpace, you have, if it is a CreateSpace ISBN, okay, Becky, I think I have lost it. Okay. Kindle's linking. Okay, Gerald says that. Okay. Question I joined affects my membership. No, it doesn't. Where can I find? Okay, let's go through these questions one at a time. Okay. How does a new Speedy Company affect your membership? No. Is there additional program that you must buy? No. Where can I find price information? On speedypublishing.co. Judith. Okay. Okay, but if it's a CreateSpace ISBN, you have to change it. If it's a CreateSpace ISBN, yes and no. I wouldn't start off using a CreateSpace ISBN period anyway. But if you have a book that has a CreateSpace ISBN, yes, you've got to change it. So what you'd have to do is to totally remove that book and then bring it back and then post it again on CreateSpace. So if that's something that you want, you can still purchase that ISBN from us, and we will sell you that ISBN, and you can grab that ISBN. That ISBN, of course, would be non-imprint specific, and what you'd basically do is be able to put in Speedy Publishing LLC for that. Okay, Glennis. I was just joking. Okay. Okay, we'll do. We'll do the model. I missed that. No problem, Becky. Okay, I have a series that is doing well in KDP Select, but feel uncomfortable putting all my eggs in one basket and want to branch out to other ebook publishing platforms. I would like to bring the books on the Speedy umbrella, even the Kindle publishing aspect. Okay, so can we transfer the ASIN to Speedy Co? No, that won't actually be possible. Kisha, Kisha, what we can do is that we can discuss that. What you can basically do is go ahead and email me at admin@speedypublishing.co, and I will take a look on your specific issue. That is key. Okay. 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 So let's look at another question here. Okay. Okay, so I understand the financials correctly. For a $2.99 ebook sale at Amazon Kindle, I would earn $2.09. At Speedy Publishing, I would earn $1.27 for each sale. It would seem the best strategy that for me to list on Kindle Publishing myself and not enroll in KDP and then publish everywhere else through Speedy Co. Does that make sense, or am I missing something? No. In a sense, if you publish through Speedy Publishing through Kindle on your own, we won't be able to market that Kindle book. So if we have, we just wouldn't be able to market that Kindle book. So if we're marketing and sending out links to your existing book, we won't be able to link that Kindle book. If we're doing promotions through I Just Read It, we won't be able to add that link to the I Just Read It program. The I Just Read It program will only be able to take links from books that are being published through speedypublishing.co. So yes and no. It might possibly work if you are already seeing good sales without being in KDP Select. That could possibly work. So what my advice to you would be is to test it with probably 1 or 2 books to begin with, and then let's see how it works out for you at the end of the day. I know exactly how it will work out, but you need to see that for yourself to see if it really makes sense. I would probably want to have a lot of sales at $1.27 than half of those sales at $2.09. Okay. Hell, I remember Naughty. Okay. Okay. Can I start at free level and move up later? For sure, Charles. That's fine. I don't have any books ready yet. Can I start with a smaller program and then upgrade? For sure, you can. Okay, gotta go, Glennis. Okay, cool. Colin, you've been coming in loud and clear the whole time on this webinar. Okay. Okay, Nadine. Great. I'd like to clarify the contractual rights. I'm a small press publisher with 55 titles and about 10 that are in process. By moving my list to Speedy, what rights move to Speedy and what stays with us? Okay, so it's all non-exclusive with Speedy Publishing. The only rights that we basically have is to store your data, distribute your data, right? We have no other rights whatsoever with respect to copyrights, with respect to your books. So typically, let's assume that you were going through a company like iUniverse. We are not holding anything or holding your books to the wire. The one thing is, at the end of the day, is that if you decide to remove your books after a particular time period, then at that particular time, it's going to play out that we're going to have to pull down all of those links, and then you're going to have to try and do it yourself anyway. Again, it just wouldn't be beneficial to you to do that. What we're doing, and I can tell you, if you were to make a call to let's say PubEasy, and then as you're a small company, a publishing press, find out exactly what type of investment it would take to get into Publish Easy, because it's definitely it's not very easy to do that. It requires a substantial investment. We've been able to get over that hurdle and make that available not just to you as a small publishing company, but more importantly to the average author, to Francis, who has 10 books, and to Adrian, who has a couple of books, and to Glennis, who has a couple of books. So that's one of the key things. So what you want to basically remember is that we don't take any of your rights whatsoever. We don't hold on and say you have to be with us for 2 years, or you can't, once you're with us for 6 months, you can't take your book elsewhere, and blah, blah, blah. Because at the end of the day, you know, discovery is based on distribution. If you have your book with Amazon and your book is discovered, you're going to lose sales because on other platforms you just won't have your book. So it's and if you wanted to try and get your book published with those 200 platforms, is going to be a very long haul. But we don't hold any rights to your book. When the time comes, if you want to pull your book, that's absolutely, we are fine with that. And we don't try and hold anything. As I said before, what I would do is, of course, delete the book so that we would remove it. And over time, then, of course, the existing, over time, the retailers would eventually remove those books, wait until all the royalties come in, and once those royalties, those ending royalties come in, and we pay out those particular royalties, then if you decide to close your account, because you're still going to have a recurring fee that goes in every month. So then you can probably close your account, and then if at any particular point in time comes around and you want to, you know, come back in, you can go ahead and do so. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Elizabeth. Okay. Hi, Colin. Your energy is absolutely phenomenal, man. You're great. All psyched out. Great, Nikos. Okay. Sometimes, Ian says, sometimes a cover or a title might need improvement after testing. Will this be a problem? Definitely not, Ian. You would be able to log in and make whatever changes that you need to make. However, those changes have to be approved by our publishing consultant. So that would not be automatic in terms of it being distributed. You will be able to see the thumbnail of your cover and how it will basically appear. So that thumbnail is going to be available to you, and then we will move from there. Okay, maybe I missed it. Just don't understand what the direct publishing option is. Okay, how is it different for, and what is it for? Okay, so if you have a really good manuscript and you think it's really A quality, you can come through us through direct publishing, and we will take that manuscript, we'll pass it along to our publishing consultant first, then that will probably go to a literary agent, and we will look on that particular manuscript for not just mass distribution, but strategic partnerships. So at that particular point in time, there is no charge that is levied on you. And that's for selective, you know, writers and selective individuals. So it wouldn't be a case where it's just for any particular individual, for every particular person. That would not be the case. Again, you do not have to be a bestseller to turn a substantial profit in publishing, and that's the key. So we want everyone to remember that that is a particular case. So publishing direct is basically just something that we actually have to make that selection on the manuscript, and it's done basically on a manuscript / imprint / company basis. So it's not something that we just say you can just publish direct and there's no cost. So it's done on a case-by-case basis, depending on, you know, what our publishing consultant, you know, feels at that particular point in time. Okay. Is the Speedy membership discount? I think you said 50%. Yes, that is absolutely the case. Julie, it's 50% off. I made a math mistake earlier. Submitted. I believe my ebook retails at $2.99. I would receive $1.14 with Speedy Co. And $2.09 through my own submission with Amazon. Okay, so First of all, what I would do in a case like this is that remember that you're selling your book at 50% off. So it's half of that, and you're still getting, $1.14. Yes, you might get $2.09, which is a little bit under $1 in terms of additional revenue per book, but you cannot compare that to Amazon possibly taking your book and selling it, putting it out there for free, and making it available to everyone at $0, and you ending up with 600 downloads or 1,000 downloads in whatever time period Amazon chooses to make your book absolutely free on their system. That's, to me, is just a no-brainer. Again, you have to think about 200 other locations that have your book as well that can do something with that particular title. So again, you're going to see more sales across the board combined with everyone else than with Amazon. Amazon, in terms of everyone else, they will probably outsell everyone else individually, but not combined. So that's something to remember, Bob. Yes, at the end of the day, your math is probably on point. Okay, what will be done for taxes for members who are in other countries such as Australia? Okay, so you file your own taxes in your own country. If you have an EIN or an ITIN or a SSN, we strongly encourage you, give that to us when we are making over any payments or when we're doing our reporting. We will report that we have paid you. I think it's a particular form. That form is not, I'm not remembering the name of the form. If it's a WN form or a W9 form, no. But you fill out that particular form, and at that particular stage, you put in your information. If you are an international person, then they're going to ask us to put in that withholding tax. That's something that we would rather not do at the end of the day. But if you have either of those numbers, the EIN, the SSN, or the IT or the ITIN, submit it to us, and we'll be able to alleviate that problem. Then you, at the end of the day, we can pay you every single dime that you're supposed to get. And then you know it's now incumbent on you to file your own taxes. So that's basically where we're at with that, Ian. Okay. Does the 205 words lower limit apply to children's books? No. Here's the thing. The way how Amazon is doing this is that they're looking on page count and number of words. So what's the total number of words? What's the total page count? So if you have 10 different pages, if you have 10 pages and you have 100 words, that might not trigger a manual review. But if you have 5 pages or 3 pages and 2,500 words, that might jolly well trigger a review because of the page count as well as the word count. So it's the correlation between those two that triggers a manual review. For a children's book, it's totally different because I don't think you can have a 3-page children's book, right? No matter, they're got to have pictures in there, and the word count would be different. So you have at least 10 pictures in a children's book, right? And then the word count, if it's pictures on the images or embedded in the images, it's going to be totally different. So that's also something that you have to bear in mind as well. Okie dokie. I had a Fiverr helping me write some of the chapters in my books. How can I monitor to know that it's original writing rather than use Copyscape? So the best place to do that is to use copyscape.com. So I'm just going to put that. And copyscape.com is typically very, very easy to use. All you've got to do is to plug in that information into Copyscape. And that's going to be absolutely easy. And I wouldn't advise you actually getting content. I'm not saying that Fiverr, that they're not good freelancers on Fiverr, but you're going to have to find someone. People on Fiverr typically disappear from time to time. So that can definitely be an issue. Okay, Becky, thanks. CreateSpace, ISBN republished with Speedy. Okay, awesome. Okay, so can I keep the Kindle version with the paperback with the 14 reviews, then update the paperback? Yes. So there are different ways that we can do that, and we've got to discuss that. I want to make sure that before we do anything, that we discuss this with the Amazon people, because you have to, even if you email them, you have to kind of make them aware of what it is that you're doing. And as a publisher, we want to make sure that we are, you know, with them in terms of that. Amazon loves the wholesale model, so they're not going to be upset in terms of anything at all that we're doing with respect to the change of the content. It does mean more money for them. No problem. Always, Krishna, always. That's what we're here for. Okay, thank you. Okay, how do you taught this live? So, I don't know, Becky. It's just in me. Okay, is that the last question? Whoa. Okay, Becky. Whoa, you got the last question in. That's awesome. Okay. Okay, everyone. So, this has been a marathon, a very long session, but as we had promised, we have gotten through every single question. This definite replay would probably be in 3 parts. We're going to probably wait until tomorrow to get this done. No problem, Becky. No problem. Thanks to everyone who stayed on board with me this long. Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you very much. We have a lot of work to do. We have a very long journey ahead of us. We will definitely, that's why we definitely push to get started on May 6th, because when we get to the Book Expo at the end of this month, we are definitely going to be talking up a lot of our members and telling everyone about our Speedy Publishing members who have been so great. And more importantly, we want some titles to showcase. We want some really great titles to showcase. So I mean, once we get in, remember everyone, there is no immediate cost on Monday when we go live. All you've got to do is sign up. The next cost will, of course, come in June 6th, on June 6th or thereabouts. And by that time, your books should be well up on every single platform by that time, and discovery should have started. Okay, no problem, Larry. Thank you for sticking so long with us. So we are off and running. Okay, we got a last question right in. Okay, Colin, Ian. Oh, man. Ian, okay, no problem. Okay, so Colin, I missed some of the presentation. I want to know about the categories and keywords used by Speedy. Okay, so that does give me the opportunity to enter, fast forward to, let's find the web page. It's called the Book Industry Study Group, or BISG. So what BISG does is that we utilize categories and keywords that fit in with what it is that we're doing based on a particular code, right? So this is part of the standard codes that are used by everyone and transmitted through something known as ONIX. So metadata is the hardest part of publishing, I can tell you that point blank, because getting it right for everyone is totally different. Now, speaking with Nadine, and I can't pronounce Nadine's last name, it's Valos. She and I had a very good conversation today. The actual BISG, in terms of the subject headings, they're being amended as we speak right now. That new BSIG, in terms of categories and all that information, should be out in a couple of weeks. So we use, let me give you the link, Ian, so that it will basically be a little bit easier for you to understand what I'm saying. I think that's the webcast. Let's find the actual page itself. So let's look on resources. It's here somewhere. And this is important for everybody who is here. Please stay on so you can actually see this. Very good question, Ian. Standards, okay, blah, blah, blah. Classifications and schemes. Okay, so here we go. Right. So this was last updated. Okay. So all of these here represent what is known, Ian, as the BISG categories that we utilize. And this is what you need to actually utilize as well, right? So let's say that you are doing something in self-help, right? When you click on this link, what you will actually have at your possession is, at your disposal, is choosing any one of these particular keywords. So let's say that you're doing a book on memory improvement, right? You would search for memory improvement. What we would basically be doing is looking on something that says personal growth. So we have something here that says personal growth, memory improvement. So your category code would be SEL 030000. This is standard for every one of the retailers. So what the retailer is actually going to get is not something that says personal growth, memory improvement. What the retailer is going to get is SEL 030000. So that's basically the category that we'll be using. It's something that has to do with the book industry standard group and those particular classifications. So that is in the system. So once you search for that particular genre, we will be able to, of course, access that particular BISG, and then that will be transmitted through Onyx to the retailer, and the retailer will be able to quickly identify what category your book should fall into. So that will help tremendously. Awesome, Brooks. No problem. Awesome. Can we? Oh, sure, Paul. Sure. That's sure, Paul. No problem. That is for sure. And we do need to, Paul. You know that we do. Okay. So everyone, thank you so much for sticking it out for the long haul. I think we've been on the call for a couple of hours. I think longer than 3 hours now. I'm almost sure. So about 5, actually. I'm seeing someone saying 5. Wow, that's a long time. Okay, 5+ hours. Yeah, I realize. Okay, Nadine. 5. Wow, that's awesome. But there is still so much that we can go. And there's still so much things that we need to do and need to touch on. But Rome was not built in a day. So we will, of course, look forward for probably another webinar next week as everyone gets into speedypublishing.co. Next week, of course, again, we're looking on those really, really, really good pieces of content in terms of quality cover art. That comes into play in a couple of days. So we definitely want to get everybody involved and aware of that we'll be putting out something there that will help you to put out quality covers with us and definitely make all that difference, especially when we talk about refreshing and stuff like that. Okay, everyone, we are going to end the webinar now. I will see everyone on our next meeting. We have our next lesson that comes out in a couple of hours, and that's probably going to go live on Saturday or Sunday in the members area on My iLibrary and Overdrive. Okay, everyone, thanks a lot for attending. We will see you in a couple of hours in the next lesson for speedypublishing.com. And I'm looking forward for everyone to come on board, sign up, give us your content starting Monday, May 6th. Okay, everyone, take care.